shake me. No more wasted time. No matter what I'm facing, I will get through it all. Not gonna let anyone hold me down. And if they try, I'm ready for another round. No more wasted time. This ain't about you, nah. Done wasting my time. What you do is your own damn call. Any, many, mighty, mo. You couldn't be no more heartless. You were just right down cold. Don't wanna hear it, not anymore. You could be with nothing standing at my door. Pardon me, mom, it's time for you to turn around. Just no more wasted time. No matter what I'm facing, I will get through it all. Not gonna let anyone hold me down. And if they try, I'm ready for another round. No more wasted time. Had your chance, but you just blew it. Couldn't grow up like an adult. Anything you saw, you had to screw it. Tick, 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 tock, tock, tock. Home wrecker, home wrecker. Knock, knock, knock. Many people been through the same. It's a sad way to be. It really is a shame. But don't waste your time. Gotta keep your head high. It's gonna be right. Many people been through the same. It's a sad way to be. It really is a shame, but don't waste your time. Gotta keep your head.
Hello, my friends, and welcome back to the lounge. So glad to be here. We're going to do another flight, and it's going to be good. It's going to be a good flight. I was looking for something, but I really don't know.
6:43 p.m. 6:43 p.m. 5 notifications. Facebook, collapse stack. Now, Facebook, notifications.
We got it. Alright, so
6:44. Facebook, collapse stack. Now, Facebook, notification. Expand.
give me 1 second.
Swipe up to unlock. Show notification. TikTok, grouped. Flashlight. Show notification. Swipe up to Facebook, now. 0.
Let's see what this
0,
is real quick.
2,
Bear with
1,
me.
8, 2, 4.
What do we got here?
Button. Share. Button. Send in WhatsApp. Comment. Like. But time to go spend. Public. Time to go spend time with the Lord with some good music and good words. God bless you all. Like. Comment. Send in. Share. Heather D. Froge. Cena 3 reacted. Choose media. Write a comment. Back. Button. Back.
Alright.
Stories. Facebook. Facebook menu. Tap. Facebook menu. Tap. Facebook menu. Tap. Facebook notifications.
Give me 1 second, folks.
Kim Sophia. See more notifications. Kim. New. Heading. Kim Sophia, Jill Kelly Corin, and 3 other people reacted to your post. See more notifications. Kim Sophia and Kelly Deeds like your video. Words say it. See more notification. Adriana Sissel shared Shay Toller's post. See more Kim Sophia and Kelly Deeds like your video. Words say it all. Just now. Unread. Button. See more notification. Adriana Sissel shared Shay Toller. See more notification. You have memories with Sherry Baker Barnett. See more notification. Kim Sophia and Kelly Deeds like your video. Hope. See more Adriana Sissel shared this user's post 6 hours ago. Unread. Button.
Alright. So we are Brandon. I figured I'd go ahead and do a flight. I don't know how to. I got to do some programming to make that happen for us, but we're going to do it. But I've got the title actually wrong on this. This says Roanoke North. That is not correct. Let's see if I can fix this. I hate when it does that. Let me go here. View stream. Flying to. Let me see here. I'm a horrible speller.
640.
Spell Omaha.
Omaha. O-M-A-H-A.
O-M-A-H-A. That's what I put. It was telling me I had it wrong. O-M-A-H-A. Plus chat. So we'll copy that. And then we'll do that. Alright. Okay. There we go. Now it should have the new title. And there we go. Alright, so I've got to go to SimBrief real quick to get our flight plan built. Dispatch. New flight. GSI 009 Delta Whiskey. And we're going from KXNA to KOMA. There we go. And then MCI is our alternate airport because if we had to. All right, generating flight plan now. All right, good deal. Generate the flight plan and initial altitude, 38,000 feet. Well, thank you for good old 38,000. Cost index is 14. Oh, this is going to be a short one too. So we're probably going to $291.88 for average wind. Estimated ZFW 108,000, and then we'll go with fuel. Which is going to be 12,398, and then we'll go to route. Got to put that in. Hope everybody's doing all right today, by the way. All right, route. Okay, so there's no transition out. We just got direct. direct to EOS. Alright. We'll take a direct to EOS. Ain't no thing, baby. Ain't no thing. Alright. Let's see. Brandon is not saying nothing yet. What is going on? Tell Brandon Armstrong I am live and you haven't said a word yet. You are a horrible admin.
Sending to.
Send. Tell Brandon Armstrong LOL.
Sending to.
Send. Alright. So we got everything we need there. Let's close the sim brief. Open our sim brief downloader.
Brandon Armstrong. Just because I'm not saying anything doesn't mean I'm not tuned in, LOL.
Well, how am I supposed to know if you ain't talking to me? See, I'm telling you, this guy, I'm telling you guys, he's a hard one. Alright, let's export formats. Somebody was requesting, and here's how we're going to do it. I'm about to leave it up to whoever's listening or watching. It's about to decide if we do it the way we're about to do it. So, hold on, guys, and I'll tell you what it is. Alright, so I got an email, and thing is, we could do it. Okay. Alright, so there's all that. Alright, so I've got to make sure it ain't showing all that stupid text again. Hopefully that's gone. I turned off beta because it was giving me problems. Lois ain't here neither. I'm gonna have to Brandon, what are we gonna do with Lois? I mean, we're gonna have to do something with that girl. How dare
Lois
her not?
Hughes.
Ah,
Hello, hello.
there she is. Lois, we got the airplane fixed. You missed
Lois Hughes. Plane working okay for ya or no?
yes, we got everything working good. Brandon, tell her how the flying's been going these last few flights. It's been top notch.
Lois Hughes. I'm here, I'm here.
Alright. So there's your view, Lois. That should be
Brandon Armstrong. See you jump the gun, LOL.
Brandon, you just sit back over there and just behave yourself. Lois, do you got a good view? Lois likes this airplane because I think it gives a better view with the window.
Brandon Armstrong. Last landing was -18.
Yeah, it was a beautiful landing. And then last night, Lois, I did a landing -4, which I know you probably don't know what that means, but basically that's how fast and how hard you hit or land. -4 is almost, I mean, that's tip top.
Lois Hughes. Yes, I got amazing vi.
Okay, good deal. Alright, so we've got that.
Lois Hughes. Hello, Brandon Boo.
Lois, check this out, okay? I'm getting ready to show you something new they put in the airplanes. Okay, do you see that? Well, it's not going to be lit up, so just hold on. Wait till we get power. You're not going to see nothing. Alright, so we are flying.
Brandon Armstrong. Hello.
We are flying to Omaha. Ripley Airfield, Ripley. Anyway, we're going to Omaha. This one's a shorter flight too. It's only 300 miles. And then we got to go back to Dallas today. And then I'll have to generate a new flight. So we got 2 flights right now. We're going to do this one, and then we'll be going to Dallas. So I hope the weather is decent. All right. All right, we got our flight here. Um, 38,000. Okay. So we're flying to 38,000. Let me close that. We don't need that window open. We're actually not going to be climbing to 38,000. I'm probably going to request that we get 30,000. It's easier just to request it and put it in than building a whole new flight plan. I'm not doing that. All right, so let's get
Brandon Armstrong. Oh boy, are you in for a treat at Dallas. Winds 23 knots gusting to 30.
Oh, it's nothing. No, just not 50-mile-an-hour winds. That's fine. All right. So we gotta load this. Right here, say intentions. All right, new flight. All right. Gold Star International looking to pick up VIP and take them to our destination in Omaha, KOMA.
Give me a minute. Let me see what we've got. I'll get back to you in a minute or two.
All right, let's get our first officer going. You can go ahead and request
Gold Star 9 Delta Whiskey,
IFR.
Sky Ops. All right, we got a new VIP mission for you. You'll be transporting Senator Alex Thompson, a prominent
Good evening,
political
Captain.
figure known for his engaging speeches and dynamic personality, to a major political rally in Omaha. Senator Thompson is traveling with a small
Lois
team of
Hughes.
advisors and security personnel.
How is
Ensure a
B0?
smooth and timely flight, as the rally is a key event in his campaign schedule. We're sending your crew over now. You can expect to be airborne in a few minutes.
Two notifications. Phone. Collapse app. Now. Phone. Notification.
How is who? B0.
Lois Hughes. Didn't mean to send that stupid message, sorry lol.
That's funny. We're gonna
Good evening, Captain. We're getting everyone settled and the luggage loaded. It'll let you know when we are secure and ready.
Alright, so we're going to be requesting 25,000 on our cruise altitude after we take off, ladies and gentlemen.
Lois Hughes. Oh boy, so going to have some strong wines.
Captain, we are secure and good to go.
We'll have a little bit of crosswind on landing, but nothing that we can't handle. Okay, so look at this, Lois. Do you see that tablet? That is the new thing the airplanes use now. Do you see it? It says ground operations, airbag, oh, what you call it? Anyway, that's how you can request ground operations, all that stuff. But anyway, there's that. I'm gonna give you a few views real quick. So here is another view for you. There's another view. There's another view for you. All these different views. Look at that. Pretty amazing, isn't it? Anyway, there you go. That's all the views. You want to go ahead and get our IFR clearance for Omaha?
I'll get our IFR clearance for Omaha.
I'm going to restart TFM.
Northwest Arkansas Natal Ground, Gold Star Niner Delta Whiskey. We'd like to collect our IFR clearance. We have golf.
That way we don't got no problems.
Gold Star Niner Delta Whiskey, Northwest Ark.
Brandon, we're going to try pushback again today too. There's what that airplane looks like. Down, 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 da, down. Bam, 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 bam.
The computer is programmed.
Brandon
except for the
Armstrong.
Susan Stars.
I hope it goes well here too.
Heading out for my checks.
Alright, 16L. Okay, there's that. Now let's work on our arrival. 32 left. 32 left, EOS. There we go. Very weird. I'm not seeing EOS.
Lois Hughes. BRB, but I'll be listening. Carol will be sitting here, gotta washy my head for work.
Okay, Lois. Alright, let's see here. think we'll have a pretty good, yeah, I think we'll do good here on our flight. Looks good. Can't believe I found them peanut butter crunch bars at Walmart. Well, yeah. I'm eating one right now. My bad. Okay.
Aircraft looks good.
Brandon, I'll bring you up here sometime. I'm going to have to get you to try these peanut butter things.
Brandon Armstrong. I may have to go download the Walmart app and see if I can find them here.
Oh, they got them at Walmart, Bubby. Going to be taking off with flaps. You know what?
Flow completed. Pre-flight checklist. Oxygen. Tested. Navigation, transfer, and display switches. Normal and auto. Window heat. On. Pressurization mode selector. Auto. Flight instruments. Sit. Parking brake. On. Fuel control switches. Cut off. Pre-flight checklist completed.
I think we're going to do flaps 15 because the wind. Yeah. 22 knots. Yeah, we're doing flaps 15. .4. There we go. V1, 114. 114 for VR. And 120 for V2. I wonder something. No, they didn't change it.
Brandon Armstrong. Just found the peanut butter crunch bars at our Walmart. They also had the Nutty Buddy ones, but I don't like those.
No. Okay, there we go. Alright, 3.01 on trim. Go there.
Initiating before start flow.
Yeah, I don't like the other ones you mentioned. I just don't like them. I don't like them. Oh, my bad. But I think I'll have me another peanut butter crunch bar. Oh, yeah. I've only had 2 of them, okay, guys? So don't judge the snack cake guy over here. It says on the box that you must consume at least four of these a day.
Flow completed. Before start checklist. Flight deck door. Closed and locked. Fuel 12339er pounds. Checked. Passenger signs. On. MCP. Speed 122. Heading 109er. Altitude 25000. Set. Takeoff speeds. B1 134. BR 137. B2 142. Checked. CU pre-flight. Completed. Rudder and aileron trim. Free and zero. Anti-collision lights. On. Before start checklist completed.
All right. Ghost Star International requesting tug.
Ground to flight deck. The tug is on its way. Bypass pin inserted. Just let me know when you're ready to start the pushback.
Request pushback with startup.
Requesting pushback with startup now.
Request pushback with startup. I need to know what the tail needs to be.
I'll handle the pushback request. Tail direction needed. Northwest Arkansas natal ground, Gold Star Niner Delta Whiskey, requesting pushback and startup. Could you advise on tail direction?
Gold Star International 9 Delta Whiskey, pushback and startup approved. Tail south.
Ghost Star International parking brake release. Ready for push tail south.
Roger, stand by.
Thank you, dear.
Let's keep it professional, John.
What the hell? I just said thank you. You better get off that.
Let's keep it professional, John.
I said thank you. Jesus.
Got it, John.
Oh gosh. Gold Star. We're still waiting. What's taking so long?
Ground to flight deck. Sorry for the delay. We're getting the tug ready for pushback. Stand by.
Now, we're gonna wait because sometimes, like I said, sometimes you gotta wait. You guys need to come on. We're still waiting for you to start moving so we can start.
Ground to flight deck. Apologies for the delay. We're getting the tug ready for pushback. Stand by.
Well, y'all need to move a little quicker. Let's go.
Ground to flight deck. We're working as fast as we can. Stand by.
You need to move faster than that. I got precious cargo. Let's go. Ghost Star International, cancel pushback, release pin, cancel pushback services.
Roger, emergency abort procedure in effect. We've released the aircraft. Please make sure your brakes are on.
Parking brake is set. Make sure you release pin, cancel services. Go Star International, cancel, pushback services, release pin. When it does this, guys, it's usually a gate problem. Go Star International, release pushback, release pins and cancel pushback services. Go Star International, cancel pushback services, release pin. I hate it when it does this. Hello? Hello?
Roger, emergency abort procedure in effect. We've released the aircraft. Please make sure your brakes are on.
Brakes are on. Please make sure the pin has been released. Parking brake is set. Did you release the pin?
Ground to flight deck. The pin has been released. You're all set.
Alright, guys.
Cockpit to ground.
Go ahead.
Beacons on. Brakes released. Clear to push straight back.
Copy that. Clear to push straight back. Release the parking brakes, please.
Brakes released.
Starting engines. Starting engine 2.
Push complete. Go ahead and set the brakes.
Engine 2 started. Engine 2 cut out.
Okay, the brake's set. Thanks for the good push. We'll see ya.
Yeah, no problem, guys. We're disconnecting the tow bar now. Stand by. Okay, tow bar is disconnected. We're disconnecting
Starting
the
engine 1.
phone right now. Pin's gonna be on the right-hand side, guys. Take care. We'll see you.
Engine 1 started. Engine 1 cut out. All engines stable. Before taxi flow. Clear on the right. Clear on the left. Flow completed. Before taxi checklist. Generators. On. Proki. Auto. Isolation valve. Auto. Engine start switches. Continuous. Recall. Checked. Auto brakes. Rejected takeoff. Flight control test.
Alright, yoke left,
Full left.
back to center. Back
Neutral.
to center. Yoke right,
Full right.
back to center.
Neutral.
Yoke back,
Full back.
center, and forward.
Full forward. Checked. Brake test. Checked. Before taxi checklist completed.
Okay. Go ahead and get our taxi clearance.
I'll get our taxi clearance now.
Northwest Arkansas, Nattle Ground, Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey, ready to taxi. We have hotel.
Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey, Northwest Arkansas, Nattle Ground. Runway 16 left, taxi via Alpha, Bravo 1 Charlie. Contact tower on 127.1 when ready for departure.
Runway 16 left, Alpha, Bravo 1 Charlie. Contacting tower on 127.1 when ready for departure. Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey.
Hold on. Yeah, 16. Alright, parking brakes on.
Approaching runway 16.
Gold Star International 9er Delta Whiskey, contact tower on 127.1, safe flight.
Before takeoff flow. Flow completed. Before takeoff checklist. Flaps. Sit. Stabilization trim. Sit. Transponder. Sit. Cabin crew. Cabin crew prepare for takeoff. Notified. Before takeoff checklist completed.
Ready for takeoff.
Contacting tower for
Eddie
takeoff
and
clearance on
Wendy.
runway 16 left.
Northwest Arkansas Natal Tower, Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey, holding short of runway 16 left, ready to depart.
Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey. Northwest Arkansas Natal Tower, runway 16
Brandon
left.
Armstrong.
Winds 195 at 12.
Please don't be
gusting
connected,
23.
stupid tug.
Fly runway heading. Cleared for takeoff.
Runway 16 left, fly runway heading, cleared for takeoff, Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey.
All right. Here we go.
Thrust set. Checked.
Airspeed alive.
Speed alive.
Oh
Checked.
God.
80 knots.
80 knots. Checked.
Rotate.
V1. Rotate. Positive rate.
Positive rate.
Gear up. Gear down. Gear up. 400 feet. Lateral navigation. Flaps up. Vertical navigation. Autopilot.
Heck
VNAV
yeah,
on.
baby.
Command A on.
Yes.
Gold Star International 9er Delta Whiskey. Contact departure on 126.6.
We did it, buddy. Yeah.
Acceleration altitude. Flaps up.
Woo. We got our game on. Baby.
Brandon Armstrong. Nice takeoff.
I know why it does that now, because our speed actually could be a little faster on takeoff, and it's been setting it kind of low. 114, that's a little low to me. And on even V2 at 120 knots, that's... I wonder if there, I wonder if I could change it. Or I think you can do like lefts off 4 or something like that, and it does like a full, I can't think what it's called, but it does a full thrust takeoff. Request cruising altitude of 250, flight level 250 for cruise altitude.
I'll request a cruising altitude change to flight level 250.
Flow completed. After takeoff checklist. Engine start switches. Off. Packs. On.
Northwest
Auto
Arkansas
brakes.
Natal Tower,
Off.
Gold Star 9er
Landing
Delta
gear.
Whiskey.
Open
Requesting a
off.
change in cruising altitude
Flaps.
to flight level 250.
After takeoff checklist completed.
Gold Star International 9er Delta Whiskey. Climb and maintain flight level 250.
Climb and maintain flight level 250. Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey.
Yeah, we did it, buddy. We did it, buddy. We did it. Oh, yeah, we did. I love this airplane, man. I really do.
Passing 10,000 feet.
Brandon Armstrong. I think that plane flies the best out of all the 737 models.
Yeah, I really like it. Yeah, I like the way it flies.
Transition altitude. Checked.
See, it just told me that the weather is 59 degrees with heavy thunderstorms. That's what it is reading in the airplane. The cool thing was, though, I saw where it said we'll be at cruise in 7 minutes. You can actually see where you're at. Like, watch, I'll take a picture. But it said we're flying in clear skies. Transitioning to cruise.
Brandon Armstrong. It would be nice if we could actually get full access to that tablet.
I want to know why it says the weather is noted as heavy thunderstorms. See what the weather is in. Well, hold on. Are there thunderstorms in Missouri?
No, I don't see any thunderstorms in Jefferson.
So why is the simulator telling me that there's thunderstorms?
At our 1 o'clock, about 3 miles out, you might catch a glimpse of the beautiful Ozark National Forest. This stunning area covers over 1 million acres and is known for its rugged terrain, dense forests, and breathtaking views. Established in 1936, the forest is a haven for outdoor enthusiasts, offering hiking, camping, and wildlife viewing opportunities. The Ozarks are also famous for their unique limestone formations and clear, flowing rivers, which are perfect for fishing and kayaking. Legend has it that the region was once home to outlaws and moonshiners, adding a bit of mystery to its natural beauty. So, as we soar above, take a moment to appreciate the wild and wonderful Ozarks.
Alright, it says that we can. Let me see if I can get...
Custom toolbar. Some brief dispatch. Basic controls Control plus C. ATC scroll lock. Some brief dispatch. ATC scroll lock. Checklist Shift plus C. Basic controls Control plus C. Checklist Shift plus C. ATC scroll lock. Some brief dispatch. Some brief dispatch. Say intentions.ai. Say intentions.ai. Navigraph charts. Navigraph charts. Nav log N. Nav log N. Camera. VFR map B. Toggle VFR map B. Camera. Nav log N. Navigraph charts. Some brief dispatch. ATC scroll lock. Checklist Shift plus C. Basic controls Control plus C. Basic controls Control plus C. Objectives. Travel to. Weather. Weather.
Alright, here's weather.
Some weather.
Alright, it says we're on live weather, I guess, but when I go here, hold on 1 second, guys. I'm trying to. Lay it down and softly whisper. Brandon's got dirt in his ears. That boy better take him a shower. Oh. Oh, dude, that's cool. Check this out. The image shows the cockpit with a tablet displaying a weather application. The application is set to live weather with the current time being 6:57. Well, it says 6:57 p.m. 11:57 p.m. UTC on March 17, 2025. The settings include options for altitude calculation, precipitation, snow, depth, temperature, pressure, and humidity. The meter is visible, indicating weather information in the bottom right corner.
At our 1 o'clock, about 28 miles out, you might catch a glimpse of the Fort Scott National Historic Site. This site is a significant piece of American history, established in 1842 as a military outpost during the westward expansion. It played a crucial role in the conflicts between settlers and Native Americans, as well as during the Civil War. The fort was abandoned in 1853, but was later restored and designated as a National Historic Site in 1970. Today, it offers a fascinating look into the life of soldiers and settlers during that era, complete with reenactments and preserved buildings. So, as we fly over, imagine the soldiers marching around and the settlers trying to make a new life in the wild frontier.
That is really cool.
ATC scroll lock. ATC scroll lock. Basic controls Control plus C. Weather. ATC scroll lock. Weather. ATC scroll lock. Checklist chip plus C. Basic controls Control. Objectives. Weather. Travel to. Weather.
That is so cool, man. What's up, Brandon?
Your flight crew will be making their way through the cabin with complimentary drinks and snacks, as well as meals and alcoholic beverages for purchase with a valid credit card. There we go. It should be a regular view now. Giving comms to you. Contact ATC and check in.
I'll handle the ATC check-in now.
Oh yeah, we gotta work on our approach. We only got about 34 minutes. Alright, 111.90. 322. Good, guys. Doing our descent flow. Already got our other stuff out of the way, so we are looking good.
Flow completed. Descent checklist. Pressurization.
At our 1 o'clock,
Sit.
about 22 miles
Recall.
out, you might catch a
Checked.
glimpse of the Ottawa
Auto brakes.
Municipal Airport.
Sit.
This airport was
Landing
established
data.
in the early
124.
1940s and
Minimums.
has been serving the
200.
community since then. It's a public-use airport
Approach
that primarily supports
We're
general
expecting the
aviation,
ILS approach
making
for
it a
runway
hub for local
32
pilots and flying
left.
enthusiasts.
The minimum altitude
The airport
is
features
200
a
feet.
5,000-foot runway,
We
which
can
is
expect
quite
to park
impressive for a
at gate
municipal airport.
14. In case
It's not
of
just
go
a place
around,
for takeoffs
we'll climb
and
per
landings.
ATC
It also hosts various
instructions on the runway
aviation
heading.
events and flying,
Any questions?
bringing together pilots
No.
and aviation lovers from all
Completed.
around. So as we
Descent
fly
checklist
over,
completed.
think about all the adventures that have taken off from this very spot.
International 9er Delta Whiskey, radar contact. 3 miles northwest of Sanders Airport at flight level 240, heading 335. Winchester altimeter 29.77. Clear direct Neo show.
Let's take a look here.
Gold Star International 9er Delta Whiskey, contact Kansas City Center on 121.825.
At our 2 o'clock, about 8 miles out, you might catch a glimpse of the Amelia Earhart Airport. Named after the legendary
28
aviator
minutes,
Amelia
guys.
Earhart, this airport has a fascinating connection to aviation history. Earhart, who was born in Atchison, Kansas, became the first female aviator to fly solo across the Atlantic Ocean in 1932. The airport was established in 1947 and serves as a reminder of her incredible contributions to aviation and women's empowerment. It's a hub for general aviation and is often buzzing with activity from local pilots and flying enthusiasts. So, as we fly over, think about the daring adventures of Amelia and how she paved the way for future generations of aviators.
Gold Star International 9er Delta Whiskey, contact Kansas City Center on 127.9er.
our 12 o'clock, about 11 miles out, you'll see the stunning natural beauty photography site. While it may sound like a place for snapping selfies, it's actually a beautiful area surrounded by the picturesque landscapes of Nebraska. This region is known for its rolling hills and vibrant colors, especially during the fall when the foliage transforms into a breathtaking palette of reds, oranges, and yellows. Photographers flock here to capture the natural beauty, and it's a popular spot for anyone looking to take in the serene views.
Gold Star International
Just
9er
imagine
Delta
all
Whiskey.
the amazing
Contact
shots
Kansas
being
City
taken
Center
right
on
now.
127.9er.
So, as we glide by, think about how many memories are being created in this beautiful setting.
I gotta grab me a drink though.
Brandon Armstrong. I'm here.
I know you are, man. I know you are, bruh. I know you are, bruh. We got
Gold Star
19
International
minutes.
9er Delta Whiskey. Contact Minneapolis Center on 134.225.
Don't tell me what to do, bro. No, I'm just playing. These things are so good. I know I'm still on the one I was eating has 2 of them in a package, by the way.
At our 12 o'clock, about 18 miles out, you'll see the Nebraska City Municipal Airport. This airport has been serving the community since its establishment in the early 1940s. It's primarily a general aviation airport, which means it's a hotspot for local pilots and flying enthusiasts. The airport features a 5,000-foot runway, making it
What
quite
is it with
impressive
her
for a
and the
municipal
airport?
facility. It's not just a place for takeoffs and landings, it also hosts various aviation events and fly-ins, bringing together pilots from all around. So as we fly over, think about all the adventures that have taken off from this very spot.
Can you tell us about something else besides airports all the time? Is that possible?
At our 1 o'clock, about 15 miles out, you'll see the beautiful Missouri River. This river is one of the longest rivers in North America, stretching over 2,300 miles. It played a crucial role in the westward expansion of the United States, serving as a major transportation route for settlers and traders. The river is also known for its stunning scenery, with picturesque bluffs and lush landscapes lining its banks. Today, it's a popular spot for fishing, boating, and enjoying nature. So as we fly over, take a moment to appreciate the natural beauty and historical significance of the mighty Missouri.
Gold Star International 9er Delta Whiskey. Contact Minneapolis Center on 123.975.
ATC was telling you to contact someone. She don't listen very good.
ATC wants us to switch to Minneapolis Center on 123.9 or 75. I'll handle it.
Oh, and now she's gonna handle it.
Minneapolis Center, Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey, switching over to Minneapolis Center on 123.9er 75.
I'll be daggone, buddy. She's finally listening there, Brandon. Daggone, buddy. Bunch of hypocritical damn co-pilots and everything. Damn, buddy.
Minneapolis Center, Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey, evening. Maintaining flight level 250.
Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey, Minneapolis Center, good
They
evening.
only knew things that we know. Probably wouldn't be very happy, bro. My bad. We're just cruising. Oh, shoot. Excuse me. I better change my altitude, hadn't I? Wind is 280 is 73 knots, and that's Brandon's. It's Brandon's fault. It's Brandon's fault. It's all Brandon's fault. Brandon's fault. It's Brandon's fault. Hey, Brandon, you know what else I got here, don't you? I'll give you 10 guesses, and the first 9 don't count. Bro. dog.
At our 12 o'clock, about 25 miles out, you'll see the Boulder Creek Amusement Park. This park is a fantastic spot for families and thrill seekers alike, featuring a variety of rides and attractions that cater to all ages. Opened in the early 2000s, it's become a staple of summer fun in Omaha, drawing in locals and tourists looking to enjoy a day of excitement. With roller coasters, water slides, and games, there's never a dull moment here. The park also hosts special events throughout the year, including concerts and seasonal celebrations, making it a lively destination. So, as we fly over, imagine all the laughter and screams of joy from the rides below.
Glide slope alive.
Stick by your friends, not about that stabbing in the back. And if you ever done dirty, don't be cutting no slack. Why does it gotta be people only about their fame? I can tell you right now, not about the bullshit games. Don't be fake, that's no way to be. Don't be fake between you and me. Oh, don't be I saw too many haters, said they'd be by my side. Last one I knew drained my bank, everything was nothing but a lie. Don't ever do someone wrong, be true to your friends.
Nah, we're gonna listen to this song before we
It's a
land.
good day. Yeah. It's a good day.
Good day.
Today's the day when I turn it all around.
Yeah.
You won't be here anymore to break me, fake me. No, baby, you won't shake me. Ooh, 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 ooh. No more wasted time. No matter what I'm facing, I will get through it all. I'm not gonna let anyone hold me down. And if they try, I'm ready for another round. No more wasted time. Hoorah, this ain't about you now. Don't waste my time. What you do is your own damn call. Many more, you couldn't be no more heartless. You were just right down cold. Don't wanna hear it, not anymore. You could be with nothing standing at my door. Ooh, 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 ooh. Pardon me, mom. It's time for you to turn around. Just no more wasted time. No matter what I'm facing, I will get through it all. Not gonna let anyone hold me down. And if they try, I'm ready for another round. No more wasted time. Had your chance, but you just blew it. Couldn't grow up like an idol. Anything Anything you saw, you had to screw it. Waste a good day, yeah, yeah. Waste a good day, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Today is the day when I turn it all around.
Yeah, 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 yeah. No, no, no. No, no, no.
Nah, baby, you won't shake me. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
At our 9 o'clock, about 19 miles out, you'll see the Boulder Creek Amusement Park. This park is a fantastic spot for families and thrill seekers alike, featuring a variety of rides and attractions that cater to all ages. Opened in the early 2000s, it's become a staple of summer fun in Omaha.
I really like this song too.
Tourists looking to enjoy a day of excitement. With roller coasters, water slides, and games, there's never a dull moment here. The park
5
also
minutes,
hosts
this will be the
various
last
events
song.
throughout the year, including
We
concerts
got 5 minutes
and
and
seasonal
then
celebrations,
we'll be
making it a
landing.
lively destination. So as we fly over, imagine all the laughter and
Yeah,
screams
yeah,
of
yeah,
joy
yeah,
from the
yeah,
rides
yeah,
below.
yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Dude, she keeps talking about the same place. Trusted in you, girl. Better shit to do.
It was broken dreams, that was all it ever was. All those broken dreams. Lies and deceit. Smile to my face, marry me, then cheat. Ooh, yeah. It's the way you was. Wish you would've changed.
I like this song here. How about you, Brandon? This is another good one that I like out of all my songs. That'd be perfect if we got to do our The Chosen. So by the time we get landed, it'll be time.
Make all those lies on me. You were snorting pills, got it all on video, and now everyone's gonna say,
Wow. Cha-cha-cha-cha-ching.
come watch your own little party. Next thing you know, everyone's lost. It was broken dreams, that was all it ever was. All those broken dreams. Lies and deceit. Smile to my face, marry me, then cheat. Ooh, yeah, it's the way you was. Wish you would've changed. Repeat over and over, it will always be the same. Ooh, 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 ooh. Broken dreams, oh yeah.
Approaching top of descent.
I remember every day that you done all the pills that you snorted. Lied to your kids, all the conversations that the nest recorded. Truth comes out, not even about clearing my name. It's all the lies that you told, shut me out, moved on, don't even feel ashamed. It was broken dreams, that was all it ever was. All those broken dreams, all those broken dreams. Lies and deceit, smile to my face, marry me, then cheat. Ooh yeah, it's the way you was. Wish you would've changed. Repeat over and over.
All right, let's take a look.
Dreams, oh.
Okay. We're getting ready to start our descent. So, we gonna set this puppy down here in good old Texas. And the wind ain't gonna do a daggone thing to us. If it does, it's Brandon Armstrong's fault. Everybody write it down on a note card. Brandon's fault for putting us in this bad weather. Daggone. We got 1 minute and 58 seconds. Harrison, Iowa. Broken. You know what? Dude, I would love to go on a ship out on the ocean for like 2 weeks. That'd be so much fun and so peaceful. Go out on the deck, you know, the deck of the boat at like 1 in the morning. It is nothing but you, the water, and the stars around you, buddy.
At our 3 o'clock, about 25 miles out,
Another
you'll see
airport.
the Mapleton Municipal Airport. This airport has been serving the community since its establishment in the early 1940s. It's primarily a general aviation airport, which means it's a hotspot for local pilots
Brandon
and flying
Armstrong.
enthusiasts. The
That would
airport
be so
features
much
a
fun.
5000
I'm
foot
about to
runway,
put a cork in
making
her
it
mouth.
quite impressive for a municipal
I am
facility.
tired of hearing about airports.
It's not just a place for takeoffs and landings, it also hosts various aviation events and fly-ins, bringing together pilots from all around. So, as we fly over, think about all the adventures that have taken off from this very spot.
Brandon Armstrong. You're a tour guide, not a guide to point out airports.
How's it going back there, you guys? I said, how's it going, you guys? Man, come on, man. Gold Star International starting our descent from flight level 250. Hello, hello, hello.
Gold Star International 90 Delta Whiskey, descend and maintain flight level 250 approved.
We've started our descent from flight level 250. We're making our descent.
Gold Star International 90 Delta Whiskey, descend and maintain flight level 230 approved.
Negative. I am just telling you that we have started our descent into the airport for our destination. What's wrong with these guys today, Brandon? Well, we're at 21,000. Hello, hello. How's it going? Hello, hello. How's it going? Man, I think something broke.
Transition altitude. Checked.
Brandon Armstrong. I think they decided you asked too many questions and they don't wanna answer, lol, just kidding.
No, they're not talking at all. Wait a minute.
At our 10 o'clock, about 8 miles out, you'll see Preparation Canyon State Park. This park is known for its stunning natural beauty and unique geological features, including the Loess Hills, which are formed from wind-blown silt. The area is a great spot for hiking and wildlife observation, and it's also a popular place for camping. The park offers a glimpse into the natural history of the region, showcasing the effects of glacial activity and erosion. So, if you look closely, you might spot some hikers enjoying the trails below.
Let's see.
Gold Star International 9er Delta Whiskey, contact Sioux City approach on 124.6.
See, not even the co-pilot's doing stuff right. You need to do what ATC just told you.
I'll switch to Sioux City approach on 124.6.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Minneapolis Center, Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey. Minneapolis Center, changing to Sioux City approach on 124.6. Sioux City departure, Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey evening descending through 14000.
Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey, Sioux City departure. Good evening, altimeter 29.65.
All right. We're in Harrison, Iowa. Broken dreams and promises. like having that speed brake set to where it goes. If you set up the hotkey, you can have it on automatic where it goes in and out on its own. I'll have to help you set that up, Brandon, when you get started. I'll make all your hotkeys.
Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey, Sioux City
the
departure.
flaps
Contact
all the
Omaha
way out
approach on
and the landing gear
124.5.
down. Oh, Brandon would be like, what the heck is wrong with my airplane, people? I'm trying to climb and it will not let me. Oh, goodness. Guys, Bible study will take place after we land. So if you want to come and listen to The Chosen, stick around.
Brandon Armstrong. Don't you dare.
You guys, if you've not listened to The Chosen with us, you are missing a really, really good series. I mean, it's amazing.
Passing 10,000 feet.
She'll be coming around that mountain when she comes. Brandon be coming around the mountain when he comes. He'll be coming around that mountain. He'll be coming around that mountain. Brandon coming around that mountain when he comes. He'll be coming around that. Oh. My bad. To be serious though, guys, I really think the 600 is very stable. Yeah, you got to learn how to fly it. It's not just like jumping in the 700. The way it takes off is different. The way it lands is different. The way that it does everything is just a little different, but better. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna put a prankster program on Brandon's computer so when he starts his airplane, it's only gonna have like 1,000 pounds of take off and you'll be out of fuel. Oh gosh. It'd be madder than hell. Alright, let me pay attention here. We're just doing our thing. We gotta land this plane. We gotta do our thing right now. We're just doing our thing. We gotta land this plane. We don't need certain people to tell us how.
Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey, Sioux City departure. Contact Omaha approach on 124.5.
Brandon Armstrong. You're lucky I can't mess with your plane. I would make it do engine failures, LOL.
Gold Star International with you at 7,000 feet, making our descent in. Want to get down.
Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey, Omaha departure. Good evening, Missouri Valley, altimeter 29.68.
Altimeter 29.68. Good evening, my friend. How are you? All right. I didn't hear what you said, Brandon. I was, what? Okay.
Brandon Armstrong. I said you're lucky I can't mess with your plane. I would make it do engine failures lol.
Don't give me ideas, bub.
Flaps 5.
So, if the right people are listening, Brandon wants us to put engine failures on his airplane.
Flaps 10.
Brandon Armstrong. No, I don't.
Now, Brandon. Gotta have a little sense of humor there, bud.
Gold Star, International, Niner Delta Whiskey, traffic at your 12 o'clock, 3 miles, same altitude Skyhawk.
2500.
Traffic at my 12 o'clock.
Gold Star International, Niner Delta Whiskey, traffic in sight, maintain visual separation.
Approach mode on. Command B on. Gear down. Gear up. Flaps 40. Gear down.
The auto land kicked in, guys. Gold Star International, 5 miles out. Landing gear down. Final approach.
Gold Star
listen
International,
to them
Niner Delta Whiskey,
engines,
clear to
man.
land runway 32 left, wind 315 at 4 knots.
Listen how steady that is.
Unstable.
That is not true, by the way. We're not unstable. And the wind's only at 2 knots, by the way. I'm literally having
Brandon
to do
Armstrong.
nothing right now.
Approaching
Wow, the engines
runway
sound good.
3, 2, left.
This thing's literally doing it by itself. I'm doing nothing.
Brandon
Just
Armstrong.
sitting here.
Landing checklist.
Landing checklist.
Yeah, I'm getting
Engine
there, bud.
start switches.
I don't do my
Continuous.
landing checklist
Speed
till
brake.
I'm close to
Arm.
500 feet.
Landing gear. Down. Flaps. Sit. Cabin crew. Cabin crew prepare for landing. Notified. Landing checklist completed.
Don't you shut off. You be good.
300.
You be good.
Minimums.
You be good. Don't you do it.
100.
Guys, listen at this thing.
50.
Auto throttle.
30. 20. 10.
Speed brake out.
Wow.
Reverse thrust. 70 knots. Initiating after landing checks.
And there you have it. That was beautiful, dude. That was a beautiful landing, bro. That was freaking amazing, you guys.
Flow completed.
Brandon Armstrong. Yep, this is going to be my go-to plane.
Wasn't that amazing, dude? That was beautiful, dude. I mean, that was beautiful.
Shutting the aircraft down.
Brandon Armstrong. That was dead on perfect.
Oh, landing rate, by the way. Guess what my landing rate was? You're not... I'm never going to beat that again. Never.
Brandon Armstrong. What was it, -2?
Flow completed.
It was -2.
Shutdown checklist. Fuel pumps.
-2.
Probe. Off. Hydraulic pumps. Sit. Flaps. Up. Parking brake.
Alright, so... we're going to close that. I'm going to...
Options menu.
Pause that so
Parking brake.
that way we don't hear it.
On.
Press ESC to resume.
Fuel control
Press
switches.
space to load /save. Press home to restart. Press end to main menu.
Okay. Brandon, let's meet on the server. And guys, we're getting ready to start the Chosen. After that, we're doing another flight. Dude, the auto land in this thing is amazing. My gosh. Alright, I'm in the Bible study. That's just, my gosh, dude. I think Brandon's found his plane, guys, that he's going to end up going with. until it keeps having engine failure, and then he'll might finally ask me, John, will you get rid of that script you got in there making it do that? We were getting ready to start. I got you, buddy.
You did it. Wow, I was just dude. That was a beautiful landing.
Yeah, I love this. I love this airplane.
I really want to fly that plane. That is going to be my go-to.
And did you notice how steady the engines stay when it's?
Yeah.
It's just this airplane.
That was dead on.
It was, yeah. I couldn't believe it, dude. And it catches it so fast. Like, as soon as it sees as soon as you got it and it's lined up with the correct course and you got that frequency in there, as soon as you activate Command B, that's all she wrote.
When do you activate Command B?
You can activate it. Okay, Andy says that he does it even if LNAV is still on, but rule of thumb, activate it whenever you are on the final heading for the ILS.
Okay.
So the heading that's not the heading for your runway, but the waypoint before that. As long as you're on that heading, or you're turning to that heading, go ahead and hit approach, and then once you do that, go ahead and hit Command B, and normally you're going to see LNAV shut off.
Yeah.
This airplane blows them other ones out of the water.
Dude, it does. Like, it climbs, it descends, it slows down, it speeds up, it lands perfectly. Like, this plane has no flaws.
It's more fuel efficient, too.
I kind of figured it would be.
Yeah. Because I went on that flight earlier, we had 12,000 pounds of fuel. When we landed, we had just a little over 9,000.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to fly that plane. I love that plane.
So, if you ask me, I think you could get over 3,000 miles out of this airplane.
So I could do a coast-to-coast flight easily with it.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Well, it may not be an oceanic, but you know what? It'd be long enough for me to do.
Wait a minute. What was... Okay, say intentions is there. They don't do boarding though.
I don't understand that. I've been noticing that a lot.
I don't even have first officer open.
I've noticed that every time you landed, it said that about, we'll bring the manifest up to the...
I wonder if it's this 600. Because it's got all kinds of features.
Yeah. I still think it's a good plane. I'm not going to lie.
Oh, I do too, hands down. Let me see something real quick. Okay. Okay, 736. Work.
You know, you better be lucky this next flight. You're going to Dallas tonight, not tomorrow.
Oh, I'll fly there tomorrow too. I ain't worried about wind, dude.
I don't know if you will or not because they're going to be having winds of gusting over 50 again.
It just depends on the weather. I'll have to see. I don't worry about wind and landing. That's not the problem. It's taking off that's harder. And usually when you land, the wind is behind you or in front of you.
Yeah, but remember the crosswinds too.
Yeah, but we'll see. Okay, let me see this file real quick. Auto tune. Auto tune OBSIN option LOC equals 1. I don't know what that means. Okay, see, first officer call, airspeed alive is 1, 80 knots 1, V1 equals 1, VR, V2.
What are you looking for?
I was seeing what if it had that in here about the passengers. I'd see. I don't know what the heck that means. Use as NRADAR in radar instead of REX equals 0. I don't even know what that means. Cockpit shaking.
Weird.
Yes. Hold on, I'm almost done. You can have it show ground objects too. Ground object, global, it's on 0, but
There we go.
this is what I don't understand. It says, okay, so replace sound external view. That's
Kelly
on.
Dietz. I'd really love to learn how to sim. It's so awesome and fun.
Well, we're going to be teaching you one day, Kelly. And then there's one that says play sounds in background. But that's on 0. I don't know what that is. We're getting ready to start the Bible study here. Listen to Chosen. I just wanted to see if there was... No, there ain't nothing about it. I don't know. Really weird, huh?
It's very weird.
Yeah. Anyways, that's a good airplane. I'm not messing with anything because it is good.
Yeah, please don't. Especially since you got all that stuff fixed.
Not like I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm not going to mess with it now that I've got it fixed. All right, guys. The Chosen. That's what we're here for. So, we are going to get that going. Kelly, hopefully you'll get to listen to the whole thing with us.
We're on episode 2. of season 2.
We're on episode 2. We did play one of them, I think.
Yeah, we played episode 1.
So we'll go to streamed media file. Browse, okay. You sure? I thought we watched I Saw You.
We played episode 1 of season 2, yes.
That wasn't episode 1. That was episode 2, but I'm pretty sure we did I Saw You as well. There was Thunder.
Okay.
And then I Saw You. Let's just hear it to see, because I'm pretty sure we watched that one.
I think we did, because it was the one where Jesus was working on the cart.
Is that what that one is? Okay, then yeah, we did
I believe.
That. Let's hit play for a minute and just see. Let's just see real quick.
Gleaming bronze-colored words.
I'm pretty sure we
Angel
watched
Studios.
this one. Because remember, I was like, well, let's watch 2.
A wall of stone begins to crumble.
Yes.
And shafts of golden light spill out, forming Hebrew characters above English words, loaves and fishes. 2 men walk through a busy building site.
I need the seawater for the cement Leontis. It'll take 3 days. We can't stop construction for 3 days. Is it because I'm Jewish?
No, Nathaniel, it's not because you're Jewish.
Kelly Deeds.
And anyone I can get
I
to
can't
this.
wait.
No, I don't think
I'm
we
so
did see
excited.
this one.
I need that soft
I have
water.
the whole
cement won't
series.
set
I don't think
Smelly.
we did.
Seawater's
What
ready.
episode is this?
On the move. Understand?
2.
Hands are hard to draw. Bedrock hard
Okay,
to
yeah,
reach. It's
no, we
all
didn't
hard.
see this one.
But your incompetence is making it harder.
Careful.
Hey, I'm just telling it like it is.
3 days, Nathaniel. You're in no position to make demands. You're lucky enough to have this
Why I
job.
have to demand what I need, Leontis. Do you know how hard I've worked to earn a Roman commission? As a Jew.
You're a child that skipped the line. The men don't respect you for that.
Skipped the line. Just because I was smart enough to go to school instead of getting mud.
20 men show up every day. Who cares what they think?
I care. They need to share a
They
vision.
need to each do their jobs. The day laborer, the craftsman, the foreman, and the architect.
Yes. In concert with me.
Who do you think you are? I am the foreman here. You think that if everyone would just do it your way, that it will all turn out?
I do.
Well, people have their own ideas.
Leontes and Nathaniel run out of the site office and find a pile of fallen masonry and an injured worker holding his head.
Phineas! Marcus, we need help!
Leontes turns angrily to Nathaniel.
You're ruined. Do you hear me? It's over!
Images of gray
He
animated
didn't
fish
do it.
swimming against black.
Nope.
Angel Studios presents
Okay,
a
so
Loaves and Fishes
I
production.
thought we saw this one.
Shahar Isaac.
And it was the other one where Jesus was working on the cart,
Noah
because
James,
we
Yoshi
saw
Gonzalez,
that.
That was episode
Austin
1.
Reed
Thunder.
La Asafi, Giovanni Cairo, Jordan Walker Ross, Nick Shakur, and Jonathan Rumi as Jesus. Music by Matthew S. Nelson and Dan Hazeltine, featuring Ruby Amanfu.
I'm going to recommend
Producers Chad Gunderson.
that if people want me to train them, that they get the 600.
Ricky Ray Butler, Earl Seals.
Oh,
Executive
absolutely.
producer Daryl Eaves. Executive producers Dallas Jenkins, Ryan Swanson, Tyler Thompson. Written by Ryan Swanson, Dallas Jenkins, Tyler Thompson. Directed by Dallas Jenkins. Simon, Thomas, John, and Big James bring wood.
What do you mean 2 days worth? He said to leave enough firewood for the next weary traveler. You heard that, John?
Mm-hmm. What if there isn't enough? Used up all the dry stuff.
It's good to have some strong bodies around, like the Sons of Thunder here. What, you told him? Don't worry. He made himself look just as bad as you did.
Hey.
They look across a grassy meadow at a figure walking towards them.
Who is that? Maybe it's a scout from... Where are we, Serushia?
Maybe he's just walking. No one just walks in the Bashan. No one but us.
Shh. Don't come any closer.
John and Simon grip their knives cautiously.
No.
The man waves.
He's Jewish. You think?
What do you want?
For the Romans to go away. For a pretty wife someday. I ate a fattened goose once. I love that again.
The man smiles at them.
You followers of the Rabbi Jesus of Nazareth.
Don't say anything. Could be a spy.
Spying for whom? For what?
There are spies. But they're not smart enough to dress like this.
He wears simple robes.
Are you Simon? Son of Jonah?
Who are you?
You're new at this. I get it. Once you've followed your rabbi for long enough, you won't even blink when a strange man such as myself walks
Rings.
the woods. With a message
Just
you can
bought
only
the
give through Jesus
600.
directly.
Regret sleeping on it for so long just because most airlines use the
Can't let
800.
you see the rabbi without knowing your business. Can't say.
Josh said he just bought the 600.
You want to send me
Regret
away?
for sleeping on it
Fine.
so long because most airlines use the
Hey, look at my friend
800.
Andrew for me, though.
Thomas turns to Big James and John.
I love the 600, dude.
I don't know. Bring him in, I guess. Let Jesus figure it out.
Something's not sitting right with Simon.
Andrew has friends.
Billy! Hey! There he is!
Andrew hugs Philip.
Wow! He's not terrible. What did you expect, huh? Come on! What are you doing here?
Later, Simon's with Andrew.
Said that. You never mentioned a Philip when we were there.
You'll find this shocking, but I have a whole life that doesn't revolve around you.
I'm just asking about this cook.
He's not cook. You know, you could be a little less you all the time.
Fair enough.
You take it to him. Make nice.
Andrew hands Simon a clay cup, and he walks over to Philip, dozing against a wooden frame.
You think?
Big James, John, Thomas, Rama, and Mary watch him.
We've been back 5 minutes.
Simon looks down at sleeping Philip.
Philip. Philip.
Philip opens his eyes and looks up at Simon, who hands him the hot drink.
You'll never know when you get to sleep next.
Philip cradles the cup in his hands and drinks.
Or when you have clean water. Take advantage when you got either one.
He raises his cup.
Thank you.
Sounds like you're in a war out there with John the Baptizer.
No. War has rules.
What did you find?
Matthew shuffles over.
Nothing suitable. Of course you didn't find any. Where did you look? To the east, 1 mile. That's the ravine. Anything you'd find there would be wet. Yes, I discovered that.
But there was wood.
It was wet. That's Matthew. He checks the ravines for wood. Probably fishes in the desert, too.
Philip narrows his eyes at Simon and turns to Matthew.
Good work, Matthew.
Thank you. Who are you?
Philip stands.
I'm the guy who dries wood. Now, if only you had an arsenal of weapons, we could do it in the manner of Ezekiel.
How did Ezekiel dry his wood?
No,
It's the prophecy against Gog and Magog.
And then those who dwell in the cities of Israel will go out and make fires of the weapons and burn them. Shields and bucklers.
Bows and arrows, clubs and spears, and they will make fires of them for 7 years, so that they will not need to take wood out of the fields, or cut down any out of the forests.
For they will make their fires of the weapons.
Philip smiles at Matthew, who looks down awkwardly.
Shall we? Hey,
Philip looks at the others.
keep the fire going.
He trudges away across the meadow, and Matthew follows him. A wooden door opens, and bright sunlight spills into a shadowy tavern. Nathaniel comes in and walks past people sitting at tables, chatting and drinking. He comes to the bar, looking weary.
You're strongest. And cheapest.
The tavern owner turns away to prepare a jug.
Is something wrong, friend?
Yes.
The tavern owner looks around at Nathaniel, then pours a drink into a clay cup.
Did someone die?
Yes.
The tavern owner puts down the jug.
I'm sorry for your loss. Was it sudden?
I think it was a long time coming for him. But it felt sudden.
Nathaniel sips his drink.
Who died?
Tell me about him.
I don't know who
down,
died, actually.
Nathaniel
That's what I was
smiles
trying to
to
figure
himself.
out.
He was an architect. That's what he wanted to be his whole life.
Sad.
Oh, I wonder if it was that worker.
Worked his way up.
Which one?
Loved God.
The one that got
Nathaniel
his hand
stares
thrust
at
in
the
the
tavern
beginning
owner,
when that
then
stone
looks away.
fell.
He looks back at the owner.
He wanted to build synagogues eventually. No, that's not very popular around here.
I'm not sure.
They both chuckle.
One with colonnades that sing. Parapets that practically pray. Vaulted halls that draw the soul upward to God. That's what God made him for.
Nathaniel's face bathed in soft amber candlelight. He looks down sadly.
Or so he thought.
He drinks.
He sounds like an ambitious guy. What did he die of?
Hubris.
Nathaniel takes another gulp from his clay cup.
It's me, by the way. I'm the dead man in the story.
Yeah. I got that.
Just wanted to be clear.
Matthew and Philip walk together.
Did you learn to dry wood before or after you started following John? What's up with you and Simon?
He doesn't like me. He sees me as his enemy.
Why?
As a tax collector.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's everyone's enemy. That doesn't shock you.
I was something else once too. Once you've met the Messiah, Am is all that matters. Next time he rides you, remind him that the people out there, they want to define us by our past, our sins.
Out there, where?
With the sleepers. But we're different. We're awake.
I don't understand.
Well, you haven't felt any relief except with him, have you? Your rabbi?
No.
Don't expect to.
Philip smiles at him.
How did you memorize prophecy?
In Hebrew school. Like all Jewish boys, didn't you?
I started, but then I skipped ahead.
Skipped ahead? Never heard of anyone skipping ahead. What did they do that for?
I was sent to apprentice under a bookkeeper.
Were you that good with numbers or that bad with Torah?
I was proficient in both.
No, I'm kidding. How old when you skipped ahead?
8.
8?
I showed unusual promise.
I bet you did. How come you never circled back to Torah?
I was paraded before the magistrate. Rome offered me higher wages than the annual income of my father and 3 of his brothers combined. Bought my first house when I was 13.
Why did you need to buy a house?
My father
Kicked you out. I don't blame him.
I thought you said...
He's a man. He acted by man's standards.
Matthew frowns slightly.
Everybody in your old life is playing a different game than you now. You get it?
No. Everyone speaks in riddles. I can understand esoteric ideas. They're not beyond me.
Of course not. You'll probably pick it up faster than the rest of us. I'm sorry, man. I don't mean to sound like an oracle here. It's a force of habit. Spend all your time with a rogue preacher in the wilderness and you get to be a little obtuse. They're simple ideas for complicated people.
I just... In your obtuse language...
He draws in the dirt with an axe.
Here is a circle. It represents everything in the world and all the people that have ever been.
He jabs his axe into the ground.
And that's me. That's how I feel.
Well said. Good for you.
Matthew looks at Philip.
And yes, I've been living literally outside this circle with John the Outcast for a couple of years, so I can relate. You're fine, Matthew. Stick around. You're gonna be all right.
Philip slaps Matthew on the arm supportively and saunters on. Matthew cocks his head, looking thoughtful and pensive, then follows him. Dark, brooding clouds hang over the horizon as Nathaniel walks alone across a sloping expanse of dry grassland. He comes to a solitary fig tree framed against the gray sky. Nathaniel sits down with his back against the tree. He looks down at a brown leather satchel he's holding and pulls off a strap, opening it. He slides out sheets of paper. Nathaniel gazes at a pencil drawing of a grand domed building with arched doorways. He holds back a sob and looks up at the sky, his eyes red and tear-filled.
This was done for you.
Heavy gray clouds hang above him. They become whiter as they stretch towards the distant horizon. Nathaniel starts to weep as he gazes at the sky.
Blessed are you. Blessed are you, Lord our God, King of the universe.
He looks back down at the building design.
Here is Israel, the Lord is one. What is one?
He puts the sheets of paper down and reaches into his satchel for a fire lighter. He strikes the lighter over the drawings.
Hear my prayer, O Lord.
He finally makes a spark and sets the drawings on fire.
Let my cry come to you.
He looks back up at the sky.
Do not hide your face from me in the day of my distress. Incline your ear to me. Answer me speedily in the day when I call.
The clouds hang still above him, and his pained expression softens to a puzzled frown.
No?
He looks down at the burning drawings.
This was done for you. Do not hide your face from me. Do you see me?
Sitting together in the sunshine, Philip and Matthew scrape long metal blades up wooden logs, stripping off the bark. Matthew seems to be finding the job difficult and looks frustrated. Philip, a length of orange cloth tied around his head, looks over at Matthew and jabs the point of his blade into a chunk of wood. He reaches into a satchel and takes out a strip of leather.
What's that for?
Turns a blade into a razor for logs.
Philip
We're gonna
wraps the
finish
leather
this, but
around
I'm
his
pretty sure
hands
that we did
and
watch
picks up his
this.
blade.
Because I remember this part.
Protects your hands.
But we'll continue, being we already got it going.
You know what? I think you're right.
Yeah, I think we did. So we can continue and then do the next one, or we can just start the next one now. What do you want to
wraps
do?
it around his hands like Philip
Let's
showed
just
him.
start the next one.
Then grips his blade.
Now, because we already saw this one.
We saw this. I'm like, wait a minute.
I've never done manual labor before.
Okay. All right, it's 3. We're on Matthew, I think.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, folks.
Gleaming bronze-colored words. Angel Studios. A wall of stone begins to crumble, and shafts of golden light spill out, forming Hebrew characters above English words. Loaves and fishes. Images of gray animated fish swimming against black. Angel Studios presents a Loaves and Fishes production.
That is such a cool intro.
Shahar Isaac, Elizabeth Tabish, Paras Patel, Noah James, George H. Xanthus, Abe Martell,
Kelly
Sean
Dees.
Sharma,
Yay.
Joey
Cheers.
Vahedi, Yasmin Al-Bustami, Vanessa Benavente, and Jonathan Rumi as Jesus. Music by Matthew S. Nelson and Dan Hazeltine, featuring Ruby Amanfu. Producers Chad Gunderson, Chris June. Co-executive producers Ricky Ray Butler, Earl Seals. Executive producer Daryl Eves. Executive producers Dallas Jenkins, Ryan Swanson, Tyler Thompson. Written by Ryan Swanson, Dallas Jenkins, Tyler Thompson. Directed by Dallas Jenkins. A simple wooden structure stands at the edge of a meadow of dry, wild grass. A line of people wait patiently outside the shelter. The queue of people stretches right across the meadow. Some lean on sticks, and many of them look sick. Matthew and Philip walk alongside the line of people.
But where would be a good place to start? For you? Yes, for me. The law of Moses, the prophecies of Isaiah, the wisdom of Solomon.
Two excited women run by.
For you, I think Psalms of David. Good start.
I'm ready.
For example, for the choir master, Psalm of David. If I ascend to heaven, you are there. If I make my bed in the depths, you are there.
And?
Just that. Just a few more minutes. Thank you for your patience, guys. Thank you.
But I'm not planning on ascending to heaven or making my bed deep in the depths.
You asked for a passage.
Yes, but one that could help me understand how you and everyone else knows more.
That's what I know and what you must come to believe if you want to make any meaningful study of Torah.
I don't understand. Excuse me?
Yes.
Can you tell me what happened to Jesus?
He killed me.
You have what?
Epilepsy.
Yes, and how long have...
Say it back to me.
Matthew faces Philip and prepares himself.
If I ascend to heaven, you are there. If I make my bed deep in the depths, you are there.
There's nowhere you can go. No height you can climb to in your intellectual mind. No depths you can reach in your soul where God is not with you. You get it?
I think so.
No amount of learning can bring you closer to God or make you more or less precious to Him. He's always right here, right now, with you, for you.
But I don't feel it.
The feeling doesn't always come first. Sometimes you have to believe first.
Believing a thing does not make it true.
That is wisdom, but these are not just any words. They are David's in Scripture.
But how do you know whether David was only talking about himself and not everyone else? He did say, if I ascend, not if people ascend.
It almost sounds like you don't want it to be true.
Excuse me, can you please tell me what happened to Jesus? Are you with him?
Yes, we are his students.
A joyous man hugs Matthew, then Philip.
Are you okay?
Fine.
Matthew picks up his journal.
So with the passage of David, I'm just trying to understand.
The trying is the thing. Meditate on it for a few days and come back to me. You're always writing things down. Try writing it down several times. Something about writing it down that goes a long way.
That's what I say too.
Matthew, I think we've only just begun to know all you can do.
They come to the camp.
Thaddeus! Little James! You're up!
Thaddeus gets up and heads towards the line of people.
That's the line. It's getting longer. I'll come back out soon and help you. I won't take my full break.
Where's Nathaniel? My turn to replace him.
Said he's staying through, doesn't want to stop his shift.
Philip, take my place, see if you could make some headway. He's scary good.
Matthew reads notes.
There have been over 60 people already, with 50 waiting in line currently, not including lepers and others who are still in line.
You say over 50 in the line right now?
Yes.
How long is this going to last?
Well, it depends on each encounter you have.
Never mind, I get it.
Rama and Mary Magdalene come out of their tent.
Matthew,
Yes?
did you get some ideas from Philip?
Yes. From the Songs of David. The passage to study before we learn more.
I love dropping stuff when you're comfortable, and you're relaxed, and you're just...
I know it.
What? Is that from the firewood from before?
Yes. And then when I pushed back the man that was rushing the line...
Yeah, we're
I
flying
cut
to
it more
Texas tonight.
on his back. Hand me that rag.
Who asked
The
that?
same man you speak of bumped into me on his way out.
No one, I'm
After Jesus
telling you
killed
that
his
we're
wife.
flying to Texas. I'm
Philip
flying to
sits
Texas
with Thomas.
tonight.
I believe he's one of the men who arrived here last night.
Almost a 4 hour
We'll see
walk
how the
this
weather is,
morning,
but
and we didn't even
should
have a
be
moment
okay.
to settle in. I mean, it's great what he's doing, obviously, but I wish...
If you're taking off from there tomorrow, you're going to have quite the takeoff.
What is happening?
No, I'll be taking
What
off
did we
from there.
apologize?
It ain't a long flight. I'll be taking off there from there tonight.
No, it makes me feel better.
It's my last flight on this schedule. I start a new schedule, so...
All this time.
Oh, so the one to Dallas is the last one?
For the schedule, and then I'll just regenerate a new schedule, and then we'll take off.
Thomas stands up.
Depending on how long this flight is, I don't think it's that
All
long.
of this? I wouldn't mind being famous.
It can't be.
I'm not surprised.
It's not as fun as you might think. I cannot remember a time I did not think about the Messiah at least once a week. My whole life I prayed and prayed that
I
he
just
would
wish
come
that tour
during
guide
this
would
time.
not talk about
And I just hoped
airports
that I
so
would At
much.
least get to see him. But to be close to him like this.
Yeah, I
Nobody
don't
like
get
me.
that.
What's not fun about that? You called today fun.
Maybe not fun, but good. With this fame comes enemies. You'll be hated too.
I'm used to that.
Well, you were protected, and your enemies weren't powerful.
Speaking of enemies, if someone had told you growing up that you would be a student of the Messiah, you would be close to him and you will help him in his mission, what would you have thought?
I would have said, sorry, I'm a girl. Ask my brother.
Fair enough. But really, Thomas, what would you have thought?
I would have thought I don't have military training. That's still a problem, actually.
Exactly. When I was a child, I used to think how amazing it would be to see Messiah kill all the Romans on my street, and I wanted to help him. I trained every day with a wooden sword, yes, and I have this scar that proves he was pretty good.
I used to imagine that the Romans would break into our home, and I would be hiding under the bed with a knife. And just when they came to get me, Messiah would rescue me at the last moment.
I didn't think we'd be spending our time healing. Well, watching him heal. And they'll never stop. The people come, the more they hear about it, and we're just going to be doing this the next 5 years. And we'll never get to the fighting part.
Eager to bring out that wooden sword of yours, are you?
Do you honestly not know what I'm talking about?
I guess I haven't had any expectations. Probably why it's a little easier for me. I can remember as a little girl hearing about how someone would save us someday, but I don't remember much about it. Why is it you expect a warrior?
Zechariah. For I will gather all the nations against Jerusalem to battle, and the city will be captured. Then the Lord will go forth and fight against those nations, as when he fights on a day of battle. On that day, his feet will stand on the Mount of Olives, which is in front of Jerusalem on the east.
Yes, yes, yes. The Mount of Olives will be split in two from east to west, and half of it will move in all this craziness, but we don't even know when this is going to be. If it's even in this lifetime.
Here's what I also do not understand. Isn't the Messiah supposed to come at a time when all is holy? That's at least what you've been telling me.
What is that from?
Even a prophetic poem from the rabbis not so long ago. And there shall be no unrighteousness in them on his day. For they shall all be holy, and their king shall be the Lord Messiah.
Guess that's why the Pharisees do not think he is the one, Mary. You have to help clean up the Red Quarter first.
I don't think he's waiting for us to be holy. I think he's here because we can't be holy without him.
They stand around the campfire.
Whoa. That's good. The baptizer will want to use that.
Little James walks over.
Hey, James, I need you to help with crowd control. People are bickering and getting physical, and I can't help much in that department. Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yes.
I'm gonna have to use my sword on them before the Romans.
So,
Backgammon.
let's see here. How are we doing?
Well, how do I put this?
Are you serious? I'm worse off than I was.
Yes, yes you are.
I thought you said you were good at this.
I thought I was.
I can't get out of this now.
Sorry, Jesus.
Yeah.
Little James sits facing Thomas, the backgammon board between them.
So what was everyone talking about?
Not much. Just prophecy, our growing fame, the Messiah healing disease instead of overthrowing the Romans. Small topics like that.
Well, I'm not sorry I missed it. I'm ready for this day to be over.
What about out there? Anything happen in your short shift?
No, it's same as all day. One thing that is annoying me, though, is these people. They are believing in him and praising him, and don't get me wrong, that's great, but it's because he's healing them. The Samaritans.
Yeah, that's pretty much what he said. That's all they needed.
I know. I just don't know how many of them would believe in him if he wasn't healing them.
So I have to ask.
Thomas smiles.
I think I can guess.
I have two questions. Forgive me, but I speak plainly. What is your malady? Forgive me, I don't mean to offend.
It's fine. It's a form of paralysis. It's caused problems since birth.
It's almost time for evening meal. Are you hungry?
They nod at Mary Magdalene.
So then why... I mean... Why hasn't he healed you? How do you watch all these healings today? Does it bother you?
Fair questions. I'm still trying to figure out how I feel about all of this. I mean, I suppose one big thing is that I haven't asked.
Why not?
I don't know.
Little James stares into space.
If I had your struggle and I was watching what was happening today, I'd demand it.
I don't know if I should. It just doesn't feel right. You know, and I suppose I've just been grateful that he called me to follow him in spite of it, but it's never come up, not even once. I'm just afraid that if I mention it to him, it can change his mind about me or something.
Thomas laughs.
I'm pretty sure he knows your situation. It's not like if you pointed out, he'd be surprised.
That's true.
Mary!
Thomas and little James stand up and walk across the darkening camp. Mother Mary has arrived.
We thought you were coming tomorrow.
Well, some friends were able to come with me earlier, so they dropped me off today, and they're seeing some family in the area.
You'll be with us for a little while, yes?
To the feast, and then we'll see. Oh, Philip! Shalom! What are you doing here?
I'm with your son now.
Is John all right? I haven't spoken to him in a while.
John is fine, but he said the time was now, so here I am trying to make myself useful.
Mary, this is Matthew. He wasn't with us at the wedding.
Oh, shalom, Matthew. Welcome. Oh, look. That's fine clothing.
Thank you.
Well, what do you do?
I don't. I
He's
was...
a new student. Jesus called him.
Ah, lovely. Well, I'm sure you're someone special. So, was today a very long day? I saw a lot of people. Simon told me to come back here. Do we know when Jesus will be finished?
We walked here from Philippi this morning and he hasn't stopped since then.
He has always been a worker. He gets that from his father. Both of them, I suppose. Speaking of work, I see the food. You look exhausted. I'm here to help. We'll have it ready very, very soon.
Philip and Matthew drape a large striped cloth over a wooden tent frame. Thomas pushes a cart loaded with belongings and puts it down. He hangs bundles on a wooden frame. Exhausted-looking Simon pours water over his head, then wets his hands and wipes them over his face. Mother Mary, Mary Magdalene, and Rama prepare slices of unleavened bread and put olives into a bowl. Mary Magdalene brings a dish over to Thomas. Simon sits down at the campfire between Thomas and Andrew. The followers sit around the fire, eating, Simon lying on his elbow.
Andrew, I need a mental break. Do one of your meaningless question games.
They're not meaningless. They're interesting. And I've got one I've been thinking about lately. What would you do for unlimited money? Or what would you give up to have all the money you could ever want for the rest of your life?
Meaning, would I do something painful?
Yes. Or crazy? Would you run through the marketplace with no clothes on, screaming?
Of course not. I'd be killed by a soldier.
Plus, it would be immodest. It would be a sin.
Fine, something that wasn't a sin. Would you give up your left hand if you would be rich the rest of your life?
Maybe not a full hand, but a couple of fingers, sure.
What about love? Would you give up ever getting married?
I don't know. Simon, is it worth it?
Absolutely, but you'll never be so lucky to find someone like Eden, so...
How's it going over there, Brandon?
I've never
Good.
had much money my whole life, and I've been happy.
I don't expect we'll have much money for as long as we're following him.
But you have had some money before, yes? Are you happier now or then?
Ask Matthew.
John?
What? That was a bad question? You brought up money. Matthew's had it, we have not.
I feel better now. I don't know if that means happy.
It's not polite to talk about personal money.
Just a question.
Andrew talks to the group.
I think about it sometimes. And then I feel guilty
For what?
for thinking about things I shouldn't. For wanting things I shouldn't care so much about.
Matthew stares down at the fire. Andrew looks thoughtful.
Sometimes I feel like I'm living someone else's life.
He looks around at them.
I look at myself from the outside. It doesn't always feel like me. It feels like someone who's trying to live up to the heroes of our history. Like I have to do something great.
Right.
Know it even more now.
I need to be eating
Being with
another
him.
one of those bars.
I understand.
Rama,
I feel like I need to not
Yeah,
make
Barbie.
any more mistakes.
Mother Mary,
What do you think I felt?
You must feel that every day, no?
Not anymore. He always reassured me. And God always made me feel like I shouldn't be burdened.
Mary Magdalene,
So how did you feel when it happened?
When what happened?
His birth. Even Before that, how did you know? When did you know who he was?
I don't know. We're all tired. Do you really want to hear all that?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh. Well, nothing about it was easy. I can tell you that. It wasn't in my hometown. My mother wasn't there. We had no midwife. I don't know if I'm ready to give all the details. Maybe some other time. But I do remember this. When Joseph handed him to me, it was like nothing I expected. It was like everything I'd heard about having a baby, but I thought this would be completely different.
What do you mean?
I had to clean him off. He was covered in... I will be polite. He needed to be cleaned.
Big James watches, smiling.
And he was cold. And he was crying. And he needed my help. My help. A teenager from Nazareth. It actually made me think for just one moment. Is this really the Son of God? And Joseph later told me he briefly thought the same thing. But we knew he was. I don't know what I expected. But he was crying and he needed me. And I wondered how long that would last.
She gazes wistfully, her face bathed in soft amber light.
He doesn't need me anymore. Not since we taught him how to walk and eat. He hasn't needed me for a long time, I suppose. And after Joseph passed, may he rest in peace, he grew up even quicker. And I wish I could say that made me happy. Of course, as a Jew, I'm excited to see everything he does for our people, and I'm proud of him. But as a mom, it makes me a little sad sometimes.
John and Simon watch Mother Mary, who bows her head sadly.
So it's good to be with all of you for a bit. I can find ways to help. We'll take it.
Rama lays her hand on Mother Mary's knee.
Simon, when you were just with him, did it seem it would go for very long?
It's tough to tell. The line was dying down, but he won't send anyone away anyway, so we'll see.
I'll go check on them.
Mother Mary gets to her feet. She steps over to Matthew.
Can I take your plate?
Yes, thank you.
Matthew hands her his plate, and she walks over to the food tent. The disciples stare thoughtfully at the fire. Thomas.
I didn't know he lost his father. I lost mine several years ago. I'll have to ask him about that.
He looks around at the others.
Has anyone else lost a parent?
Mary Magdalene.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. Was it recent?
No. It was when I was a little girl.
It's painful. Sorry.
Thank you. It was. I didn't fully understand it right away. But eventually it made me really angry. And I left when I was young.
Left home?
Left everything. Everything. I try to stop acting like a Jew. Try to stop being myself. And then later, as
Let's pause for a minute. Can you guys even imagine how Mary felt? Now I want you to think about this.
Oh, I know.
Now obviously we're not a woman, so some of it we can't ever understand, but think about the whole thing. Think about the way that it the way that it all just went. Here you got a teenager who knows nothing about sexual intercourse or any of that stuff. And that's fine. But then she has a baby. If anyone could, if for the fact that she had Jesus, that alone is enough to say that what other proof would a person need? Because we understand how babies work. We understand that it takes a man and a woman to have a child. Right?
Exactly.
So, Mary had this beautiful baby, and a lot of people had no idea who the baby was. But it's just breathtaking to imagine that she had Jesus Christ. So I want y'all to think about that while we're listening. I want you to think about that, because I find it, number one, very, very, very amazing, and there's no other option on how that would have ever happened otherwise. God decided that she would be pregnant. And that's all it took, was he decided it. Just as easy as when he said, "Let there be light," there was light. Let Mary be pregnant, she was pregnant. That's simple. Think about that.
some of the people from our town, including some of you, knew about. Worse things happened. Most of it is a blur. But I forgot so much of everything I learned as a little girl.
Big James.
But now you can catch up.
She nods with a smile.
Yes.
She looks at Rayma, sitting beside her.
With Matthew and Rayma. You all are so far ahead, and you're so good at all of this.
We're not as good as you think.
Yeah, most of us. But you were the one with your nose in the right thing, still are.
A little. Not as good as others.
Oh, come on. You can recite half of Torah if you had to.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Still going. I couldn't do any more, but they said they've got it.
Thaddeus sits back down.
I really want to be a good student.
I don't think any of us went to Bet Midrash or did much study after school. What's so surprising about all this? Thomas, did you?
No, I was in the family business the day after I graduated. 13 years old and I was preparing and serving food at weddings. I was not a student at all, believe me.
Hey, I wasn't even good at praying until recently. I would get bored with it. You know, the same thing over and over, and I learned to love it as I got older.
I wasn't great at any of it when I was a student.
I wasn't either. I didn't like all the rules.
I never struggled with it. I do what I'm told.
Yes, I'm the same. I've always been a rule follower.
I always loved the history, the stories, so I always loved the rules too.
Andrew looks over at Simon.
Simon?
I had my moments.
Thomas gazes up.
One time, when my parents were asleep, I had meat with cheese, just to see what I was missing. Have you ever done that?
I'd feel too guilty.
You feel guilty about everything. Right after you were born, you said sorry to Ima for causing her pain.
Forget the guilt. I was sick for days. I haven't violated a single food rule since.
I tried pork once.
How?
Well, we were traveling, and we were in a Gentile marketplace, and I just had a piece.
Really?
Oh, it was marvelous.
One time on the boat, we were approaching a Shabbat sunset. Abba and John had finished their tasks, and I still had to put my fish in the barrels because I had so many.
No, it's because you were going too slow. Because you're too careful.
No, it was because I had so many.
Good lord, that thing's
So you
noisy.
have to put them away, obviously, before the sun sets, or they'll rot the next day, and you can't clean them during Shabbat. So I started yelling to the others, "Hey, come on, help me!" No, they just laughed at me and walked home. I had to work so hard and so fast. I ended up spilling some of the fish back in the water. But I finished just in time. And I was breathing so hard, I vomited on the shore.
You had to wait 2 whole days to clean it up. Oh, sorry.
I've grown to love being Jewish. And I've grown to love following the law, but it can be exhausting.
Following the law or being Jewish?
Both.
It always has been. Even before the occupation.
Yes, but aren't we used to it by now? Hasn't it made us stronger?
I don't get it, if I'm honest.
Thomas.
I don't know why God has allowed the occupation. I'll have to ask him more about that. Why this has been allowed for so long. It's hard to feel like the chosen people.
I've been there.
But it's all worth it now, yes? The wait is over.
Thomas looks over at Rama, then lowers his eyes. The followers, seated around the fire, look pensive, deep in their own thoughts. Simon looks across the campfire at Matthew.
What about you?
Matthew looks up.
What do you mean? Has it been difficult for you all this time? The occupation, following Jewish law.
My life has not been easy.
Oh, it hasn't. What was more painful for you? Escaping Roman persecution by working for them, or escaping your guilt with all the money? And now you're catching up on Torah and wanting to follow the law. Why now all of a sudden? Why not all the other times you had the chance?
Simon?
No, John, I want to know. Mary had horrible trauma. She didn't choose all that happened to her. What's your excuse?
What do you want me to say? I don't know what you want from me.
An apology. What?
Andrew.
Simon's not wrong. We could be more delicate about it, but you did choose to work for them. And you made my life even harder than it already was. And you haven't apologized.
No, don't say it. I don't want you to apologize. It doesn't matter. What would hearing him say sorry do? I won't forgive it anyway.
What keeps putting you in authority? Who are you to forgive or not to forgive?
What, you're on his side?
No, of course not, but you've had your problems too. What about apologizing for what you almost did to us with the Romans?
I didn't go through with it.
I was trying to save my family's life, and I love you, John, but that's not something you have to worry about when Zeb and Salome are looking out for you. But you put me in a desperate position where I did things I would never have done otherwise. And I've repented for them, and John and James, I am sorry, but I didn't go through with it.
What is your excuse? I was a successful businessman, and yet I was always behind.
He wasn't your tax collector.
Quit defending him. I want an answer.
Hey, you're new.
Big James stands.
Do you even know what it's like to be Jewish? To suffer for centuries and centuries because of it, but to still commit to it? To protect our heritage even though it never stops being painful, because the one comfort we have is to know that we're doing it together. That we're all suffering together. But if we just wait a little longer, if we hold tight just a little more, we'll have rescue, because we're chosen, all of us. And you betrayed that, and you spit on it. I can't forgive it. I'll never forgive it.
All right. You said what you needed to say. Sit down, Simon.
You sit down first.
Andrew stands up aggressively. Then John gets to his feet, too. Hearing footsteps, everyone looks across the camp at Jesus, trudging towards them, looking exhausted. He gazes ahead, then turns to his followers as he passes, and gives a weak wave.
Good night.
He keeps walking towards his tent, and his followers gaze after him. Simon bows his head, and Mother Mary looks worried. Jesus makes it to his tent and leans against one of the posts. He bends down and tries to take off his sandals, but can't. Mother Mary rushes over to him and takes off his outer robe. He looks around at her, surprised. John closes his eyes and looks down sadly. Sitting by the fire, Matthew lowers his head solemnly. Mother Mary crouches down and takes off one of Jesus' sandals, while his watching disciples look ashamed. Mother Mary soaks a cloth in a bowl of water and washes the bare foot of Jesus. He grimaces in pain and exhaustion. Thomas stares at the fire sadly. Mother Mary takes off Jesus' other sandal and washes his left foot. Simon stares down at the fire, while Andrew stands beside him, watching Jesus and Mary. She wipes Jesus' hands with the wet cloth.
Let me ask a question. Does anybody know why she's washing his feet? And why is he so sore and tired? This is a very easy answer. Brandon?
She's washing his feet to prepare him to do the same for his disciples, and he's sore because of he's knows what's coming as far as his crucifixion.
Yeah, but that's not why he's sore. He's tired because what has he been doing? Every day.
He's been healing people and teaching, and
it's not it either. What would make your feet tired?
Okay, what is it?
What would
Walking?
Yeah. Think about it. Look at all the walking that Jesus has done.
Oh yeah.
All the traveling by foot. Jesus did not ride a horse. He walked. Everywhere he went, he walked. Now, unless there's something that we don't know, maybe he rode a horse, but point is, that's why he's tired. He's exhausted because of everything he's doing, because of all the walking, because of all the work. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, he could be tired because of knowing what's going to happen.
I think that could play into it too, because you know,
But
if you knew what was coming, that could mentally make you mentally exhausted.
But if you're God, you think God knows it's a better place where He's going to be. God knows it's a better place where He's going to be going.
He knows, yes, but I think the human side would be mentally fatigued from knowing that.
His flesh, yes, his flesh is wore out. Because God had to use the flesh, Jesus.
Yep.
To make anything happen that He's done. Think if God had never. What if God had never decided to go into the flesh?
We wouldn't be here. That's a simple answer.
No, you're missing the point. Yeah, we would, unless He said no. I'm saying if God had never, God was there before. God was there before Jesus was. It was His plan to go into the flesh and teach people. That's the whole idea here. Jesus was to.
Yeah.
I'm saying if He had never done that and just, let people decide on their own and not show them anything, imagine what the world would be.
It'd be a horrible place.
It'd be way worse than what it is now. Granted, there's still a lot of evil, but anyway, I just wanted to point that out.
He wipes the cloth over his brow.
One more.
There we go. I'm a mess. Good. What would I do without you, Ima?
Get some sleep.
Okay. I'm so tired.
Jesus smiles at his mother and lies down. She closes the tent flaps as she prays.
Blessed are you, Lord our God, King of the universe, who brings sleep to my eyes and slumber to my eyelids. May it be your will, Lord my God, and God of my ancestors, that I lie down in peace, and that I arise in peace.
His disciples solemnly remain by the campfire. The Chosen. Audio description created by
I think we're going to do one
written
more.
by Alan Blyton, narrated
We
by
missed
Eric
the
Myers.
other one, so I don't think this other one,
Created
if I
by Dallas
recall,
Jenkins. Produced in association
it's
with
shorter
Out of
than
Order
this one, you
Studios.
guys.
Also starring Cynthia Santiago, Erwin Chung.
And I gotta tell you,
More credits continue on screen.
The Chosen is very addicting.
I wish they'd put season 3 up already.
They will. They will.
Oh, yeah, they will.
Okay.
Interesting how that episode ended with no music. Did you notice that?
Yeah.
Gleaming bronze-colored
Hold on,
words.
I don't know what it does.
Angel
that sometimes.
Studios.
What did it do?
It started it wasn't supposed to play a file again already. I didn't even pick it yet. It does that sometimes. Okay. Okay, that was Matthew. The Perfect Opportunity.
Gleaming bronze-colored words.
All right, there we go.
Angel Studios. A wall of stone begins to crumble, and shafts of golden light spill out. forming Hebrew characters above English words, loaves and fishes. A large leafy tree stands framed against a blue sky smeared with white wispy clouds. A boy of about 10, wearing a round cap and a pale tunic, walks across the sun-kissed meadow to the tree. The boy climbs up the tree, gripping onto its wide, spreading branches. A branch snaps. A man runs across the meadow carrying the limp, unconscious boy in his arms. In a softly lit room, the boy, Jesse, sits on a table while a doctor prods the sole of his foot and his calf with a sharp implement. Jesse shakes his head. Later, Jesse sits alone on a straw bed while the doctor talks to his parents. His mother looks distraught, and his father hugs her supportively. Jesse watches them somberly. Jesse sits on a mat in a sunny yard, watching a small group of other children playing with a ball. His father, in a black robe, steps out of a doorway behind Jesse. Jesse's father looks dispirited as he watches Jesse staring at the other children. In a shadowy room filled with incense smoke, Jesse's father hands a large purse to a healer with long black hair and a black robe. The healer bows. Jesse sits on a bed, while the healer, wearing a metal mask and headdress, touches his leg with a twig. Jesse's parents watch from a corner and exchange nervous looks. Jesse moves a cloth curtain to one side and looks through to a dark room where his mother sits on a table, grimacing in agony as she tries to give birth, with a midwife helping her. She throws her head back and slumps back onto the table, motionless. Jesse's father tries to rouse her, but the midwife gently pushes him back. He holds his hands to his head, distraught. Jesse sits by the table, rocking his baby brother in his arms. His father's trying to make a meal but drops some food and blows on his hurt hand. Now a teenager with dark, shaggy hair, Jesse sits and throws a ball to his little brother Simon outside their house. He looks around as his father comes out to a man and a young woman. The man introduces Jesse's father to the young woman, and he welcomes them inside. Guests have gathered at an altar as a rabbi hands a cup to Jesse's father, who drinks, then hands the cup to the young woman standing facing him. Jesse sits on his mat, watching Simon dancing in a circle with a group of other boys. Simon notices Jesse watching and beckons the other boys over to him. Simon bends down and takes one of Jesse's hands. Another boy takes Jesse's other hand, and they include him in their circle as they step in and out, raising and lowering their hands. Jesse smiles. Jesse and Simon eat at the table by candlelight with their father and new mother. Night, and Jesse and Simon lie beside each other on a mat. Holding a tablet, Jesse talks and Simon points at the night sky above them, festooned with stars. Jesse lifts up his tablet and writes. Jesse and Simon play a game on a small table between their beds. Jesse rolls a marble towards marbles on Simon's side, and Simon takes it. Their father comes in, picks up a lamp and blows it out. Jesse and Simon give each other a special handshake. Now young men, Jesse and Simon still do the special handshake. Simon walks along a bustling street, pushing Jesse on a cart. They stop and watch a local man in an altercation with a centurion. The centurion slams the man down and punches him, while another centurion keeps onlookers back. Simon watches, his eyes burning with anger, as the centurion mercilessly kicks the local man. Simon stands on a street talking to a few other men. Jesse watches him with a worried look on his face. Simon glances over at him. One of the men holds out a rolled-up scroll, and Simon slowly takes it. Lying on their beds, Jesse and Simon clutch arms and do their special handshake. Jesse lies on his back and closes his eyes, and Simon watches him before blowing out the candle on the small table between them. Morning breaks, and Simon's bed lies empty. Jesse wakes and sits up. He
Arrange.
looks across at Simon's bed.
Not to get
and a
off
rolled-up
topic,
sheet of paper
but did
lies
you
on it.
change any settings to
Jesse
finally
reaches
get
over
autopilot
and
to
picks
behave
up
with
the paper.
Autoland?
Simon trudges
yeah,
along
hold on,
down the
Josh.
hill with a
You're
rugged
good,
mountain
buddy.
range behind him. Sitting on his bed, Jesse unrolls
Hold on.
the sheet of paper and reads.
Okay, Josh, go. Okay, you got to go into the PMVG folder, the 736 folder, and to the and edit the, the file where you got to put the Code and Dark GPU and then the SDK. Okay, after you do that, let the plane load the plane, and then once it's got all of its code in there, go back in there and you're going to find a line that says autopilot off. It's about the autopilot being turned off. Set it to 50. I'm actually going to set mine to 30. I'm going to go back in there and set it to like 20 or 30. As long as I don't set it to 0, because I think 0, I think it confuses it or something. I might just leave it at 50, because I mean at 50 you're good. You don't need autopilot when it's at 50 feet, because it's done.
I wouldn't even change it, honestly. Leave it at 50.
Yeah, just set it to 50. If you need me to find that line, let me know. After we're done watching this, you can come up on the server and let me know or whatever. But why did you try to fly it? Did it do the autopilot thing on you? Or you are, well, it does. It will do it if you don't fix that. It will do it.
I bet it did.
Because we tried everything. Me and Brandon tried everything we could think of, and when you talked about the code and all that, that kind of gave me the hint that, let me go in there and look. I did that, and it was good. So, and I didn't see nothing under First Officer talking about flap settings or nothing. I looked under all that stuff under there. I didn't see anything. There even a spot, I guess, where you can record your own voice, but I don't understand. Like, there's just a record button, and I don't know what it. I guess you can record everything that. I don't know what that's for.
Arrange. No, I'm setting it up correctly before I fly with it.
Yeah, well, just set it to 50 then. Alright, here we go.
Simon stops walking and gazes at a dark doorway dug into a barren hillside. Jesse throws down the letter angrily. Simon sets his jaw and carries on towards the doorway. Large, elegant buildings are reflected in the still surface of a big stone pool. People lie or sit around the pool on mats. They look weary and sick as a woman walks by without a backward glance. Seated among the tired-looking people is Jesse on his mat, his legs stretched out in front of him and his feet bare. He blinks, blank-faced. The water starts to bubble and froth in the center of the pool, and Jesse tries to scramble to the water along with everyone else. People run past Jesse and jump into the water, while he desperately crawls towards the edge of the pool. A couple of men lift up a woman and jump into the water with her. Jesse stops crawling and gives up as he watches the pool filled with people splashing the water over themselves. He looks down sadly. Simon stands in a softly lit room with a group of other young men, performing combat exercises in strict formation. Years pass, and Simon becomes an athletic young man, training with his fellow warriors. Night's fallen, and older Jesse sits by the pool with the other sick and disabled people. They suddenly jump up and rush towards the water, but again Jesse isn't able to crawl over in time and hangs his head sadly. Again, Jesse tries to desperately crawl to the pool, but is overtaken by the others around him and gives up. Empty-handed, Simon faces off against another warrior holding a truncheon, while an opponent swings his weapon. But Simon grabs him and throws him to the floor, while an instructor looks on. The water bubbles in the center of the pool, and Jesse, now bearded and caked in dirt, tries to get there. Simon fights another opponent in his training. The pool bubbles, and again people leap into the water. Once more, Jesse tries but fails to reach it. Simon's instructor watches him straddle an opponent on the floor and bring him to submission. Weak and tired, Jesse tries to get to the pool again, but barely crawls 3 feet before giving up. Simon kneels in his training room with his head bowed as his instructor steps over and pours a little oil onto his head. Once again, there is a dash to the frothing pool, but Jesse doesn't get up from his mat. Simon stands up and is presented with a large combat knife. Jesse watches sick people rush to the frothing pool, but no longer tries to get there himself. He lolls his head back helplessly. Now a full warrior, Simon or Z slides his knife into his sash and bows his head to an elder. His instructor and fellow trainees applaud and congratulate him. Jesse lies weak, filthy, and broken on his mat by the stone pool. Images of gray animated fish swimming against black. Angel Studios presents a Loaves and Fishes production. Shahar Isaac, Elizabeth Tavish, Paris Patel, Noah James, Yoshi Baragas, Austin Reed Aleman, Ala Asafi, Giovanni Cairo, Jordan Walker Ross, Nick Shakur, and Jonathan Rumi as Jesus. Music by Matthew S. Nelson and Dan Hazeltine, featuring Ruby Amanfu. Producers Chad Gunderson, Chris June. Co-executive producers Ricky Ray Butler, Earl Seals. Executive producer Daryl Eves. Executive producers Dallas Jenkins, Ryan Swanson, Tyler Thompson. Written by Ryan Swanson, Dallas Jenkins, Tyler Thompson. Directed by Dallas Jenkins. Z stands on a corner picking at a pale fruit and watching an elegantly dressed man with a beard and long black ponytail walking with 2 centurions behind him. 2 men argue by a market stall, and Z drops the fruit into his basket, then steps out in front of a man pulling a handcart. The man barges Z over. The well-dressed man looks over at the arguing men.
Last time we have the same problem. I asked you for 8. No, you take this back and you bring me 8 like I asked.
The man with the cart starts a fire.
8. Fire!
Z grabs the well-dressed man.
No, Lord, good God.
He holds his knife to the man's throat. The arguing man watches as Z releases the well-dressed man, who smiles at him and applauds. The centurions and bystanders also clap, and the man with the cart puts out his fire. Z looks anxiously at the man who is arguing, his instructor.
You ruined one of my carts.
It did get his attention, Rabbi.
They're very resourceful, Simon. That's it for today, zealots. Come on, Simon, let's eat.
A bearded, well-built man watches from a high ridge.
Murder training. Real subtle.
The man chews slowly as he watches Z and his comrades walk away.
I'll be seeing you real soon, Simon.
His instructor and the elder.
He is as inventive as he is dedicated. I have overseen Simon's training for the last 3 years. He has never failed me. Now, he has never had an assignment like this before. A Roman magistrate on the streets of Jerusalem. But he will have at least 2 escorts.
Every breath this Roman takes is step. Every garment he deigns for this so-called high priest, stained.
Caiaphas has resisted.
His resistance is a show. The Romans, however, do not know that. The magistrate's mysterious death will cast suspicion upon Caiaphas, resulting in his arrest.
Simon is up to the task.
Send him to me.
On the grassland, Jesus' followers construct a shelter from posts, ropes, and branches. Mother Mary and Mary Magdalene.
Yeah, I've never been to Jerusalem.
Really? How is that possible?
My father never took me and my mother to the feasts.
This is your first Feast of the Tabernacles.
No, this is just my first time in Jerusalem.
Tabernacle is a temporary dwelling.
It's a tent.
I know what the tabernacle is.
Matthew looks around.
So what? Do we have to build one to eat?
He smiles awkwardly.
Mm-hmm. I was being facetious.
God said to live in a booth for 7 days during this feast, to commemorate how the children of Israel lived in temporary shelters for 40 years in the desert.
Still odd.
One of 3 pilgrimage holidays where every able-bodied Israelite male who traveled to Jerusalem can present himself before Adonai. You really don't know about any of this stuff.
I've already admitted that I don't know all of it. I didn't pay much attention. I do recall my father used to leave 3 times a year.
Why is it only the men are required to go?
It can be a perilous journey. Difficult for children and the sick, people who need caretakers, but it doesn't prohibit anyone. I've taken Eden many times.
Andrew pricks his finger.
Sharp. All right, I need some bodies to go into town with me. Daniel gave me a list of supplies for this masterpiece of his.
Pick me. Pick me, Simon.
Longer we stop doing that.
Holding up his hand, Andrew takes his finger out of his mouth. Z comes into a shadowy room.
Enter.
He walks over to the elder, sitting at a table.
Please.
Z sits down on the floor, and the elder, Rabbi Perez, who has long dark hair and a long beard, gets up from his chair, walks around the table, and sits cross-legged on the floor, facing Z.
To whom do you serve? El Shaddai, God of power and might, God of war. What is your name? Simon, son of Zebulun, son of Akiva of Ashkelon. For what were you born? To cleanse Israel of her enemies, to expel all non-Jews from Jerusalem, as the scriptures demand. Which scriptures? From the scroll of Moses, Shemot. Whoever sacrifices to any god other than the Lord alone shall be devoted to destruction.
You will travel to Jerusalem for the Feast of Tabernacles.
Z smiles.
With the order?
2 days prior. You will leave first thing in the morning. In Jerusalem, you will assassinate an enemy of God.
The Roman magistrate, Rufus.
You will be met by your brother in the city.
My brother?
A Jerusalem zealot and his team. They have been tracking Rufus. Once you are briefed on the Romans' movements, you will lead the team.
Yes, master.
Carry out your orders, Simon of Zebulun, or never return.
Z purses his lips and nods solemnly. He paces along a shadowy corridor with flaming torches on the wall. Comes to a doorway and looks in at trainees standing, praying. Z looks away and smiles faintly to himself. He gazes thoughtfully into space, then walks on. A rabbi in black robes stands on a street as people pass to and fro.
It doesn't matter, any kind of crate or pallet. A stone would work.
Shmuel, also in black robes, comes through an arched doorway, holding a wooden step.
A stone, Yanni. This is a public teaching.
I picked this market specifically because it serves so many poor. They're hungry for the words of a teacher. And they're probably afraid of you.
Afraid of what?
It's the holy city. You're a Pharisee. Just relax. Let us pray. Blessed are you, Lord our God, King of the universe, who bestows good things upon the unworthy.
The Birkat Hagomel. But that's the blessing for life-threatening situations.
You'll be fine. This is the first step to gaining a following. And once you have, your message will have even greater weight in the temple. For both of us. Good luck.
You're leaving?
These people are hungry for the word. I'm hungry for breakfast.
Shmuel looks down.
Alright, I'm gonna grab my drink. I'll be right back.
King of the universe, who is
Okay.
good and does good.
Yanni walks away, leaving Shmuel alone on the market street. He looks around at the disinterested people and picks up his step. Jesse, filthy with long matted hair and beard, lies on his side on stone steps with other sick people. He stares intently at the pool, gently rippling. Everyone at the pool suddenly jumps to their feet. Jesse tries to pull himself towards the water, but the pool is soon filled with all of the others. Jesse thumps a stone step in anger and frustration. He looks across at another disabled man on the steps. Jesse drags himself closer to the man.
You okay? Big red, Brandon, but if you don't get here to drink it by in the morning, I'm taking it back.
I've got one.
He hangs his head sadly.
This one's special.
It was a dumb idea.
I'm not going to try anymore. No, Jesse. If you don't have any hope, why are you still here?
Jesse rests his forehead on the step. On a stretch of grassland, two bloody men hang from crosses, slowly being crucified. Another cross lies horizontal, while a centurion nails a condemned man to it. Z walks past the crosses and stares at the men, then strides on. Two guards look over at the well-built man who was watching Z's training exercise.
Can you believe that guy is here?
I saw him earlier. Who is that?
That is a ghost. Of the Cohorte Urbani.
Secret police?
More like marshals. Elite soldier investigators. I heard the captain call him Atticus. Don't stare.
Never seen one before.
Or you have, and you didn't know.
Atticus leans near a wall by the entrance to the city, eating fruit. A guard lets a man pass through.
Hello?
Z.
What brings you to Jerusalem? The festival, the pilgrimage.
You're a few days early.
I have family here.
In what district?
Near the Antonia Fortress?
Are you carrying weapons?
No.
Z is frisked by the guard.
You're free to go.
Z looks back at the crucifixion.
What was his crime? Murder?
Z goes, and Atticus calls over.
What is your name, soldier?
Linus Silnius, sir.
Linus, I want you to take your next assignment very seriously.
My next assignment, sir.
The Antonia Fortress is not a residential area. It is a public forum. That man does not have family there. Do you understand? Axius, send Linus Silnius home and take over this checkpoint.
Thomas and Nathaniel walk down the street, carrying groceries.
I am so hungry. It's all I can do not to bite into this pomegranate.
I was too. But the vendor had a stain on his tunic that looked like baby spit up. Made me nauseous.
I know. I heard you tell him that.
Be patient. You shouldn't eat right now. Your hands are filthy.
You really don't hold back, do you?
I'm just being helpful. You want to impress Rema, right?
What?
You heard me.
They look over at Shmuel, talking to a small crowd.
Your fortunes, but have seen for you oracles that were false and misleading. I say to you, brothers and sisters, fellow children of Adonai, we must always be on guard against the false prophets among us, who use God.
Thomas and Nathaniel look over at Matthew standing in a doorway, trying to beckon them over to him.
Of their own power.
What are you doing?
He gestures at them to keep quiet.
This guy is so irritating to me.
Makes sense. You're kind of the same person. All numbers and logic. Except he can't tell jokes.
Guys!
We should see what he wants.
Nathaniel walks over to Matthew, and Thomas follows him.
That Pharisee knows us. He does not approve.
What do you mean?
He used to live in Kaplan. He once yelled at our master.
That guy?
Shh.
He called for his arrest at the house of Big James and John's father. We should go.
Where? The meeting place is a block away. What are the odds?
Nathaniel looks at Matthew and Thomas, both making calculations.
You guys are both actually calculating the odds. Look, just stay out of sight. The Pharisee doesn't know our faces. We see the others, we'll head them off.
Tomorrow night begins the Feast of Tabernacles. Over 1 million Jews are flooding into our city at this very moment from every corner of Israel. All to observe the feast, yes, but some may bring with them an agenda. Some false teachers may seize upon the large crowds to spread their heresy.
You see what I mean, though?
Consider yourself to be devout.
About Matthew and you? Please don't speak.
To the letter. Beware they are not used against you.
Nathaniel smiles to himself. Z walks between stalls and through a large open doorway. Atticus discreetly follows Z onto another street, where he steps into a shadowy building and knocks on a door. He waits in a gloomy hallway. The door opens and he steps through. Atticus lurks in the street, casting a look through the open doorway of the building at the dark, empty hallway. In a dank, cramped tunnel, a young woman hands Z a torch. He creeps through the tunnel and comes to another unlit corridor. Atticus remains in the street, eating and staring at the dark, empty hallway through the open doorway. Atticus looks down and notices a drain grill in the street, just outside the doorway. He narrows his eyes thoughtfully. Z walks on through the dark corridor, holding the flaming torch, and comes to another door. In an armory with other zealots,
We got a map of the whole city. We got a map of every street he walks, every spot he goes. We tracked his movements for 2 months.
Near the end of every Shabbat, at the start of the first day, Motzi Shabbat, he goes to his favorite restaurant in the upper city, the Valerian.
And there are no other patterns, no other places he goes consistently?
To the Praetorium every day, of course. But it's heavily guarded on all sides. The restaurant is utterly exposed.
He always has a guard. And on the off hours when he is with his wife, too.
This Yom Rishon tradition is a problem. If the streets are empty for Shabbat, it will be harder to create a diversion. It will be a challenge to get into position as Shabbat is ending.
Roman is smart to choose Shabbat.
Of course. Never underestimate the enemy.
We have an ally with a shop on the square. We could store our weapons there and be ready as soon as Shabbat ends.
Excellent. I need a cart with dry straw and 3 additional men. See to it.
he turns away from his comrades and steps out of the armory into a gloomy back alley. He walks away, and Atticus watches him from a doorway on an upper floor. Day, and the sun hangs low in a hazy sky. Nathaniel holds plans in his hand and supervises the other disciples, building the large shelter of wooden posts and leafy branches. Simon sits on top of a ladder, driving nails into one of the high horizontal beams. Beneath a stone arch, Z shakes an empty cart, testing its strength. Atticus peers out through a doorway, quietly observing Z as he pushes the cart away. By the shelter, Mary Magdalene and Rama make wreaths and small sheaves out of dry stalks. On a street, one of Z's comrades, wearing a scarf and small round cap, stands by a stall looking around furtively. He beckons, and Z and another zealot come over with the cart, now loaded up with golden hay. The man by the stall pulls a curtain to one side, and Z and his comrade push the cart into a dark alcove. They take bowls from under the cart and start smearing a thick, pale substance over the hay. A meal is laid out inside the completed shelter. Jesus and the disciples applaud.
Woman of valor! Who can buy?
Night's fallen, and Jesus and his followers eat at the long table. Matthew looks around at the large shelter they're in, with candles hanging above them and pale linen walls.
With all due respect, Nathaniel, I know you're a skilled architect, but this thatched roof won't keep the rain out.
That's the point. The vegetation provides shade from the sun during the day.
And if a few raindrops get through, it is a reminder of our dependence on God, of his provision, and of how our people were so vulnerable in the wilderness. And he brought us through.
There was a time in my life, in my old life, where I had to sleep outside. It is a good reminder of how I was delivered from that.
This time of dwelling in booths is also a leveler of people. Wealthy, poor, everyone sleeps outside as equals.
Well, let's be honest. Not all booths are created equal.
Yes, Nathaniel, the beauty of this booth is itself an act of worship.
Big James.
Rabbi, I have a question.
Yes.
In the prophet Zechariah it is written, "Then everyone who has survived, of all the nations that have attacked Jerusalem, shall go up year after year to worship the King, the Lord of hosts, and to celebrate the feast of
Oh, I love Big Red.
Wait, what?
Zechariah says that?
They read that passage at the feast every year. You just don't pay attention.
Besides people that mistake red cream soda for Big Red, that is an insult.
One day,
Oh, I know.
enemies will celebrate this feast with us, Babylonians, Assyrians, the Romans, Jews and Gentiles at this table? What would have to happen for that to be possible?
Something will have to change.
But the booths won't mean anything to them.
We're the ones who dwelt in temporary shelters while we wandered the wilderness, not them.
Everyone has wandered through the wilderness at some point.
If all the nations came to celebrate in Jerusalem, there will not be enough room, not to buy.
Matthew calculates.
I will not bore you with the calculations.
I think it will not be Jerusalem as we know it now.
Certainly not.
But if Zechariah prophesied it, it will be fulfilled, right?
It just sounds impossible.
I know a thing or two about prophecies that sound impossible.
Everyone looks at Mother Mary.
Anyone have other questions?
John smiles and shrugs. Philip chuckles and picks up his clay cup. Jesus smiles and looks over at Mother Mary, who grins at him. Later, Jesus sits by the fire as John and Simon come over to him.
Hello, friends. Have a seat, please.
They sit down, and Simon gestures to John to do the talking.
Rabbi, we may have a problem.
I'm listening.
Shmuel is here.
Our Shmuel?
He was on a street corner today, raising the alarm about false prophecy.
He means you, Rabbi. Are you sure?
Yes, well, he's been...
I'm joking. I know he means me, Simon. So Shmuel is in Jerusalem, talking about me. That's even better.
Better.
I think I'm going to see someone inside the city walls tomorrow. You may come if you like. I enjoy the company. And bring Matthew. It'll be good for him.
In the city, Z's among a crowd watching a preacher.
Quiet. Love. He will exult over it with loud singing. I will gather those of you who mourn for the festival, so that you will no longer suffer reproach. Behold, at that time, I will deal with all your oppressors, and I will save the lame and gather the outcast. And I will change their shame into praise and renown in all the earth.
Z seems affected by the words and walks away down a large flight of stone steps outside the colonnade where the preacher reads from a scroll. Smoke drifts through the air as people walk to and fro, passing an animal pen outside the high city wall. Z paces along a pathway on top of the wall. A row of large red flags on the wall gently waft in the breeze. Z stops walking and stands between two of the flagpoles. He stares at the stretch of dry grassland outside the city, where men hang from crosses, slowly being crucified. Centurions stand guard over the dying men. Z watches them stonily. Jesus, Simon, Matthew, and John walk along the path towards the city.
So this person you need to see? We get to meet him in the temple?
No, actually the opposite. Bethesda the pool.
Really?
Here we go again.
Gets stranger and stranger with you, doesn't it? I love it.
Why is it strange? Because the history of the pool is pagan. I don't know much about the details. James usually knows that stuff more, but...
The pool used to be a shrine for the Phoenician god, Epin?
Eshmun.
Eshmun, right. And then the Greeks and the Romans turned it into a place of worship for a healing cult of Asclepius.
Very good, Simon.
How do you know this stuff?
And James isn't the only one who reads. John, you should try it.
I do know about the pools, though. Every day the water steams and bubbles, and some people believe that it's stirred up by an angel who heals the first person who gets to the stirred water.
I've read about this, that there are places on Earth where hot vapor steams up from the ground intermittently, but makes water boil, and no one knows how.
I wouldn't say no one. Is that why we're going? You're gonna tell us?
Someday someone will figure it out and tell everybody. But for now, we have a checkpoint to pass. Everyone behave yourselves.
As they approach the city wall, they come to the men being crucified. Jesus stares at the dying men, hanging limply from the crosses. He slows his pace as he gazes fixedly at the men, their heads hanging. A dark-haired Roman wearing a white toga and a striped sash draped over his shoulder walks along a city street. He comes to a stall, then shuffles towards an arched stone passageway. Atticus, wearing a heavy, dark cloth coat, looks around at stalls, then walks through a large open doorway to an alley. He walks down the alley and comes to the other end of the arched passageway. Seeing the Roman standing waiting in the passage, Atticus walks over to him.
Could you look any more Roman? I'd have asked you to meet me in the town square if I'd known you'd show up looking like a senator.
I don't get paid to blend in. I'm Petronius, and you are the cohort Germany?
Atticus Emilius.
Your reputation precedes you.
That is why I meet in alleys.
You're a long
Options
way from
menu.
home.
I go where
Page
the
1
work
of 1.
is.
And what work is here for you?
Press ESC to
Your
resume.
magistrate.
Press space to load /save. Press home to
Right.
restart. Press End to main menu.
Something on Rufus's calendar puts you on a narrow road in the upper city just off the square.
Valerian. It's a restaurant. Rufus eats there every Saturday after Sabbath.
Oh, lovely. But you've got a skilled assassin that wants to cancel his reservation. Did no one ever teach you to mix up the routine?
Brandon!
About it.
What?
I don't know.
That's good, that's good.
What's the point in calling me if you don't know?
Exactly as you
I don't understand that.
What? No, I can't risk his life. Go arrest the
Just to give you a hard time, Brandon.
Atticus turns back to him.
I see that.
Do you know who the zealots are?
They're extremists. They reject the
They're
rabbinic
martyrs with a persecution complex. Arrest him, we'll only be adding fuel. Torture him, he gets a seat closer to his god. No, I want to kill him, Petronius, in the act. And then I want to watch his rat pals scurry their way back to their nest.
Do you guys understand who he's wanting to kill?
I can't teach to the next class of marks. And do you know why?
Huh?
Do you all know who he wants to kill?
We were just better than they were.
No.
That's why. Rome won.
You should be a general.
I don't neither,
what
but it
fun
ain't
would that be?
Jesus.
Well, you're going to have to lay out your plan to the magistrate and his wife.
She'll go for it before he does.
10 denarii if she doesn't.
I don't need the money.
Atticus pops a morsel of food.
Oh,
into his
he's
mouth
wanting to
as he
kill
turns and
the
walks
one
away.
guy.
Z
The one
comes to
that-
the stone archway,
the old man
decorated
that-
with hanging garlands, and walks through.
That had the
Walking
private
down a
meeting
flight
with
of steps,
Jesus.
He looks queasy and holds
Nicodemus?
his hand to his
Yeah.
mouth. He has reached the stone pool with the sick and disabled people lying around it. His eyes widen as he recognizes Jesse sitting against a post, gazing blankly into space through tired, hooded eyes. Z slowly paces towards him.
Jesse?
Jesse looks up at Z, who crouches down.
I'm your brother, Simon. Do you remember me?
Simon?
Your really brother. They told me I could find you here. Uncle Ram at Abba's funeral.
You must be 30 years old. You're not Simon.
I'm almost 40.
Jesse stares ahead somberly.
I've been here 25 years. You make the pilgrimage every holiday?
Yes.
And you knew I was here.
Our order forbids coming to the pool at Bethesda.
I'm your brother.
This place is a pagan cult.
Since when do cults bother you?
Z looks around at the other people.
I was embarrassed for you. Do you really believe in this?
You try living with 38 years without like that work. And then tell me you wouldn't try anything and everything. Why wouldn't you at least come by once and carry me into the water? You could have tried.
It is not in our God's nature to pit sick people against each other in a twisted game. I won't play it with you.
Is it in our God's nature that his children would slit each other's throats? Have you no regard for the commandment that we shall not take another's life?
And we both know the scriptures. There's a time to kill and a time to heal. A time to break down and a time to build up. The land must be purged.
And what about our family? Are we to be purged too? You left me. You left all of us.
I left you to save you.
Do I look saved to you?
I can't believe. You are worse than you used to be.
My legs are the same as when you left.
I'm not talking about your legs. I'm talking about you. This godforsaken place has turned my strong brother into someone hopeless.
And what should I hope in? After all these years? You and your murderous kind.
Jesse, it's killed me to watch you suffer in your life. And I am sorry. I truly am. But that's not the only kind of pain. And you're not the only one who feels it. But you know what? I am at least doing something about mine. And I'm not sitting in a bed waiting to die.
Jesse heaves a heavy sigh and gazes down.
Have you said all you need to say?
I have to be in the upper city.
Oh, that's nearby. They're still a mile away. Might as well be 1,000 miles to me. Whoever it is, don't do it. It's not worth it. If they catch you, they'll kill you.
I am not afraid of death.
Jesse closes his eyes, his face crumpling with emotion. Z looks down.
I just wanted to say goodbye. Because I didn't do it right the first time.
Z stands and dusts down his short robe.
I do love you. And I love God. Goodbye, Jesse.
By the time you read this, I will be halfway to the mountains to join the zealots of the fourth philosophy in the spirit of our great King David, who sang, "Zeal for your house has consumed me."
Jesse reads.
My note. I was a better writer then.
And from Zephaniah, behold, at that time I will deal with all your oppressors.
I
What?
will save the
Just
lame
checking on you.
and gather the outcast. I will change their shame into praise and renown in all the earth. Jesse,
Z stands with his back to Jesse.
when you stand on 2 feet, I will know the Messiah has come. I will fight for the freedom of Zion in order to see that day.
Z turns and looks down at Jesse with a nod.
Oh, I remember that. I ain't gonna say nothing, but I remember this one.
Farewell, Jesse.
Z
Yeah.
walks away, and Jesse's face contorts in agony. He hangs his head and sobs.
Once you activate Echo Dot,
Z comes back out through the archway and paces along the street with a determined stride. Reaching the dark alcove, he yanks the curtain to one side and comes upon his comrade and the cart full of hay.
We don't have much time. Hey. Hey! What's the matter?
Nothing. Just focus.
Z changes his robe and puts on a thick belt.
Our men are in position. When you see Rufus and his escorts pass the side street entrance, side street entrance, you'll have 30 seconds to get into position.
Z puts on a round cap, and his comrade, Honey, holds out a short, curved sword in a scabbard. Z takes the sword, holding it horizontal, and stares down at it with a sigh. He stares grimly at Honey and slides the sword into his belt, covering it with his outer robe. Taking a basket of fruit off the cart, Z walks back out to the street. Jesus, Simon, Matthew, and John come to the steps leading to the stone pool and look down at the sick and disabled.
This is what all the fuss is about. An oversized mikveh.
I have a feeling we haven't seen it all yet.
Jesus slowly paces down a couple of the stone steps. He spies Jesse lying on his mat among the ill, desperate people.
That's him. Oh. Him.
He points.
The one who's been here the longest. But doesn't belong. The sad one.
Why do I get the feeling this isn't just a meeting? Do we need to be on the lookout?
No. Just stay with me and watch.
Jesus carries on down the remaining steps, and
Well, they're
John,
always
Simon, and Matthew
suspicious.
follow him.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus nods to a group of Pharisees, including Yanni, who watch Jesus and his followers as they file past. Jesus comes to Jesse lying asleep on his side.
Shalom. Me?
Jesus smiles.
Yes. Shalom. I have a question for you. For me.
He sighs. His friend looks on.
I don't have many answers, but I'm listening.
Jesse leans onto his elbow.
Do you want to be healed?
Who are you?
We'll get to that later. But my question remains.
Will you take me to the water?
He stares up hopefully at Jesus, then looks over at the still pool. Jesus gazes down at Jesse and shakes his head.
Look, I'm having a really bad day.
You've been having a bad day for a long time.
Lying on his side, Jesse's friend watches as Jesus shrugs at Jesse.
So?
Sir, I have no one to help me into the water when it's stirred up. And when I do get close, the others step down in front of me. And so...
Look at me. Look at me. That's not what I asked. I'm not asking you about who's helping you, or who's not helping, or who's getting in your way. I'm asking about you.
Jesus crouches, facing Jesse, who sobs.
I've tried. For a long time, I know. And you don't want false hope again, I understand. But this pool, it has nothing for you. It means nothing. And you know it. But you're still here. Why?
Jesse looks down sadly.
I don't know. You don't need this pool. You only need me.
Jesse stares unblinkingly at Jesus.
So, do you want to be healed?
Jesse smiles emotionally, and Jesus nods.
So let's go. Get up, pick up your mat, and walk.
Watching with Simon and Matthew, John takes his journal out of his satchel. Jesse gazes at Jesus, and a steely look seems to fall across his face. Jesus returns his gaze as Jesse looks down and slaps his right leg. Jesus chuckles back at laughing Jesse. Jesse looks across at his bewildered friend, and the Pharisees turn to watch. Jesse hitches his legs up and slowly stands. Jesse's laughter turns to sobs of emotion. John smiles as he writes in his journal. Jesus looks around at the Pharisees watching stonily. He cups Jesse's face in his hands and kisses him.
I'm free to walk, like he said. Don't forget your bed.
Jesse picks up his mat and stands, facing Simon.
Why does this matter? Because you're not coming back here. That life is over. Everything changes now.
Yanni.
Yo! It's Shabbat.
What are you doing? Torah forbids carrying a mat on Shabbat?
Not Torah, the oral tradition.
Yes. Transporting objects from one domain to another violates Shabbat.
The man who healed
Do you not realize what just happened here? Why are you trying to make this about Shabbat?
He said to me, take up your bed and walk.
Who did? Who told you that?
He did. I don't know. He didn't tell me his name.
No. Of course not. He performs a magic trick and tells you to commit a sin. A false prophet. This will be reported.
Report whatever you want. I'm standing on two legs. I'm sorry. I need to go find my brother.
Jesse leaves happily, carrying his mat. Yanni stares after him. Evening's falling, and Honi, wearing a ragged outer robe and wide-brimmed hat, pulls the cart of hay along a street. Barefooted Jesse climbs steps and walks towards an archway, bumping into a passerby.
Oh, sorry. It's my first time. I'm headed to the upper city.
Petronius and another Roman survey the market square. They see Honi approaching, pulling the cart of hay. Petronius nods, and a figure wearing a hooded cape walks over to them. The figure takes the hand of an elegantly dressed woman, and they walk towards the square. Z stands by a corner waiting tensely, then ducks away as the hooded figure and the woman approach. It's Atticus, his face hidden.
You look radiant tonight, darling.
Don't push it.
They carry on walking. Z picks up a basket of fruit from a stall and strides over to an open doorway. He looks through and nods to one of his comrades by another stall, who nods back. Z pauses at the doorway, panting tensely. He marches through the doorway, bumps into Honi, and drops his
Social
basket
panel.
of fruit.
Button. Select to access
Honi walks
notifications,
on,
multiplayer
pulling the
server
hay
options,
cart.
friend list,
His
any
comrade
active
at the
groups,
stall
or a list of
starts
recent
arguing
players.
with another man.
You think I'm a fool? You think I don't know the difference between gold
I curse you! Your family! Your children! And your children! When they have children, I curse them too!
Atticus, the woman, and the other Romans have stopped, and Honi quickly sets the cart of hay on fire. His eyes fixed on Atticus, Z grips the handle of the sword under his robe. Z glances over, and his eyes widen in shock when he sees Jesse carrying his rolled-up mat. His hand falls away from the handle of his sword. His comrade at the stall points to the cart. Atticus pulls off the hood, and the others look around at the cart. Z stares at Jesse. Z stands up and gazes at Jesse walking away.
Jesse.
He walks after Jesse, and Atticus watches, frowning in confusion, then reaching for his dagger. Z's fellow zealots look bewildered. The man by the stall grabs his comrade, and they both run. Honi runs away from the blazing hay cart. Jesse trudges along the street, clutching his mat, and Z walks behind him, staring, transfixed. Atticus draws his dagger angrily and marches away. Trudging down the street, Jesse turns around and sees Z following him. He stops and stares at Z, who gazes back at him. Jesse drops his mat and looks down at his feet. Z's face fills with emotion as Jesse hitches up his filthy robe and does a little dance. He grins at Z in elation. Z stares back at Jesse through tear-filled eyes and throws his arms around him. They hug tightly, Z burying his face in Jesse's shoulder. Standing on the other side of the burning cart, Atticus stares at them. Simon, Matthew, John, and Jesus walk out of the city.
That was great. Thank you for letting me see that.
Thank you for being with me. Well, the Pharisees were pretty upset.
Yanni talks to Shmuel.
That was almost as much fun to watch as the miracle.
This week should be fun, huh?
I do have a question, Rabbi.
Yes, Matthew?
Talking to Z, Jesse points behind him. Watching them, Atticus slides his dagger back into its sheath. Z holds up his hand to Jesse in a wait there gesture, then turns and runs away.
Waiting 30 more minutes wouldn't have mattered to that man. Why did you do this on Shabbat?
Jesus stops walking and turns back to them. Shmuel listens to Yanni, his brow furrowed.
Sometimes you gotta stir up the water.
Jesus smiles at them, then turns and carries on walking with a purposeful stride. John, Matthew,
I love the
and
music that they
look
put
at
in
him,
it.
then run to catch up
Oh,
with
I
him.
know.
The Chosen.
And there we go.
Audio description created by Ayuno. Written by Alan Blyton. Narrated by Eric Myers.
Well, folks, there is 2 in one night. Not too shabby, I must say. So we will do probably 2 more on Thursday. I like to get through these and get everybody caught up, and then when the third one does come available, we'll watch it together, because we'll all be on the same page. So
yep.
And I believe there's only, I think we're on the 4th one in 1, 2.
Yeah, we're on the 4th.
Yeah, so there's not even 10. I think there's
There's 8.
So we got 4 more to go. So we can be done by 2 on Thursday, and then if we really wanted to, we could also come back on Friday night.
We can be done by next Thursday.
Yeah, well, I was thinking we could do it Thursday and then maybe even Friday night. We'll see. If not, then we'll catch it up on Sunday or Monday. But
Yeah.
We might hit it up on Friday and just be done all this week. Just have it done. And then that way, when the next one comes available, we'll get it and we'll watch them together. I don't know if we'll do 2 every time, but it just depends. How many is there total? Do you know?
Right now there's 4, but season 5 is about to premiere in a couple of weeks. And from what I understand, they're going to go through season 7.
Okay. The thing is, if you read the Bible, you'll know that this follows things that's happened in the, well, some stuff goes into the Old Testament, but it's mainly what happened after, I believe. I don't believe it.
Yeah.
There's a lot in the Old Testament that this covers. It's more of the new, the New Testament. But anyway, if anybody's got any prayers, requests, please put it in the chat now. I'll wait a minute or two to see if anybody types anything in there. If you got someone you want us to pray for, you can just, if you don't want to go into detail, you don't have to. You can just say, pray for my uncle, pray for my sister, pray for my mother, whatever. You can just shorten it and we'll just keep it simple. That way you're not, that way you don't feel like you got to give out stuff that might be personal to you or bothersome to you. Brandon, what about you? How's things going with family and all that? You got any prayer requests?
Family's going good. Pray for more growth in the church.
What about your uncle or your cousin or uncle that was?
No, it's my uncle. I haven't heard anything else, so.
You don't know if he's doing better? You don't know anything?
No, because apparently his son was convinced by his mom about something, and his son and my dad are at odds right now. So
I got you.
We don't know anything.
It's very bothering when families do
Kelly
that.
Deeds.
They keep away.
I need prayers.
Kelly, you need Kelly, you need prayers. What? Go ahead and put in the chat what you would like prayers for, dear, and we will definitely put. Okay, what do you want?
Oh yeah, pray for her grandma and her great aunt.
Well, we'll see what she types here. She might have something. You put in the chat, Kelly, what you want, and we'll pray for you, dear. And if there's anyone else that's got prayers, you got any prayers you need,
Kelly Deeds.
done, let us know.
I lost my grandmother and great aunt recently, and I'm so sad.
Okay.
Loudly crying face.
So it's what you said, Brandon, about her grandmother and her aunt.
Her great aunt.
Her great aunt.
Her great aunt.
Well, Kelly, we'll put you into prayers, sweetheart, and the positive thing to know is that Jesus is on your side, and he can definitely get you through it. So just know that you're not alone. God's there. God's always there. Never does he turn his back, or never does he take away his attention. If anything, he waits on us. God never turns his back
I'll
on anyone. It's always, are we paying attention to him? And he waits so patiently, and he's so patient about it, and he's always ready to take you in his arms and just show you how much he loves you. So, Brandon, what do you got something else?
I also have a prayer request for the people in Gillespie County, north of Fredericksburg, here in Texas, who have suffered from a horrific wildfire yesterday.
Okay, who is it again?
Basically, people in Gillespie County, north of Fredericksburg.
Gillespie County?
Mm-hmm.
And what's it from?
It's from a wildfire.
Okay. Okay. And you said for your church too, right, Brandon?
Huh?
Your church?
Yes.
To get more people?
Get more people.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and bow our head, close our eyes, and we'll pray. Dear Father God, we'd like to first thank you, Father, for giving us another beautiful day, Father. Lord, we thank you for always being there for us. We thank you for never turning your back on us, Father. For no matter what we go through, Father God, you're always there. You're always there to help us get through the hard times, Father God. God, we thank you for that, and we thank you for your patience. And most of all, Father, we thank you for hanging on the cross for us, Father, and paying for the sins that we've committed and other sins that other people's committed, or sins that people might commit tomorrow, Father God. We thank you. We thank you for loving us unconditionally. Father God, we ask you to keep Kelly strong as she's lost her grandma and her great aunt, Father. The sadness and the empty space that puts on her heart, Father. Father God, we just ask you to touch her, to fill that gap in, Father, to let her know that she is loved. Father, we ask you just to keep her strong and to get her through this, Father. And we ask you to pray for her family, those that are also going through a hard time for the loss of their grandma and great aunt. Father God, we ask you to look over all those people that's in Gillespie County from all the fires that occurred. We ask you, as some might be angry, sad, some might be lost due to losing people. Father, we ask you, Father God, to just touch them. For we know nothing is impossible when it comes to you, God. We know that you can do anything and that there's nothing that you can't do, Father God. So I ask you, Father, to just touch those people and help them get through this, Father, and get back on their feet. Father God, we ask you to look out for Brandon's church, to bring more people in those front doors, Father, to guide people to the church where they can go and they can praise you and learn who you are, Father God. God, I ask you to look over all of us, to keep us in good health, Father. And I ask you to make sure that You look over those that are lost, those that don't know you, Father God, to help them see who you are, to help them find you, Father. Father, I ask you that you also get Kelly through her schooling. Give her the strength. God, just thank you so much for all that you've done. And we thank you for giving us the ability to do these streams. In the name of Jesus we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Okay, so Thursday for sure we'll watch two more of The Chosen. I'm probably going to close it out on Friday night. We'll do the other two and be done with all of it this week. And then we'll still have the Bible study, but we just won't have The Chosen until it comes back. If anybody would like to join us at the Bible study, please reach out to us. Let us know that you would like to join us. We would gladly create you an account and allow you to gain access to the Bible study room where you can have Bible study with us as well. Maybe you're a preacher from somewhere. Maybe you go to another church. Maybe there's a message that you would like to share. This Bible study is not just for one person. It's for anyone. And anyone can teach. Anyone can share the word of Jesus Christ. So contact us. You can email us at 737flights@gmail.com. That email will work for now until we get everything set up. But guys, I thank you all for being here, watching The Chosen. And, well, now it's going to be me getting ready to get back in this airplane. I've already got the new flight plan. I've got the new flight plan already ready. All I gotta do is open a pilot's life, and then log in, and then we'll open say intentions. And of course we'll open first officer, but we're going to Texas. It's a little over 500 miles from here to there. So our altitude.
And I'm going to go tune back in and listen to the tour guide. If you're going to have the tour guide on,
maybe
or not.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe. Our cruise altitude is 41,000 tonight.
Okay.
41,000. They love just putting us way up there.
Yeah, they do.
That's far enough. I mean, it's over 500 miles, so we can probably do 41,000 this time.
Yeah.
So whoever is wanting to watch us do another flight, all you gotta do is stick around, because hold on, because that's what we're getting ready to do. So and we're actually going to the airport. We've been there before. We're going to CADS, KADS.
Okay, you're going to...
Yeah, that same airport that really gave us a really hard time in the other airplanes. But
yeah, it did. I'll be interested to see what it does here.
But, alright, well, that's what we're going to do. I'm going to exit this so you can go back to watching. And, yeah, so I'll talk to you in a bit, dude.
Alright.
Alright, everybody, we're gonna do this. So we're getting ready to fly again, Kelly. Woo woo! Woo 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 woo! New flight. And let me go check my settings real quick. I can't believe you guys got rid of Lisa, you guys. But you did. You did. All right, let's see.
Brandon Armstrong. It's time for another flight, everyone, this time to windy Dallas.
That's right. Let's see. I've never had Emma. We might try her out for a minute, and then we'll switch to our tour guide. All right. So let's Gold Star International, looking to pick up a VIP to go to our destination, Kilo Alpha Delta Sam.
Hold on while I check the mission queue. I'll get back to you in 1 to 2 minutes.
Starting pre-flight.
Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey, Sky Ops. Alright, we got a new VIP mission for you. You'll be transporting Mr. Alex Carter, the CEO of Innovatech, to a product launch event at Addison Airport, Kilo Alpha Delta Sierra. Mr. Carter is known for his visionary ideas and charismatic personality. He's traveling with his assistant and a security detail. We're sending your crew over now. You can expect to be airborne in a few minutes.
You want to go ahead and get our IFR to CADS?
I'll get our IFR clearance to CADS.
Omaha clearance, Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey, requesting our IFR clearance. We have Romeo.
I'll have your
Good
clearance
evening,
in just
Captain.
a
We're
second.
getting everyone settled and the luggage loaded. It'll let you know when we are secure and ready.
We're going to be taking off here in just a little bit. You will go ahead and get the boarding
Gold
done.
Star International 9er Delta Whiskey, cleared to Addison. Radar vectors marked.
Okay, Captain.
Then as
I'll get
filed.
the boarding
Climb
done
and
now.
maintain 5,000. Expect flight level 410
Hey,
10 minutes
folks.
after
Welcome to our
departure.
ride to
Departure
Addison.
on 124.5
Please take your
squawk
seats and make sure your
3214.
seatbelts are
Expect runway
fastened.
32
We'll be
left.
taking off shortly.
Captain, we are secure and good to go.
We're also going to be serving shrimp and French fries for the dinner on the way.
Okay, Captain. I'll prepare the shrimp and French fries for dinner service.
And keep your eye on Brandon. He's on the airplane with us tonight. He likes to take the cookies from the kids.
Understood, Captain. I'll keep an eye on Brandon and make sure the cookies are safe.
I am really glad you're with us tonight.
Thank you, Captain. I'm glad to be here with you and our guests tonight.
You don't have to call
Brandon
me Captain.
Armstrong.
You can just call me John.
Seriously, not again, lol.
Understood, John. I'll keep that in mind.
Advise on course heading, altitude, and if flight following is requested.
I do believe we'll have a good flight tonight, fellas. I do believe that. Indeed I do. Indeed I do. Indeed I do. Kelly, are you with us tonight, baby girl? We're gonna get Kelly in this simulator and we're gonna teach her how to fly. You watch. I'll make sure that I teach her how to fly. It's gonna happen. Kelly, Kelly, Kelly!
Following is requested. Read back all runway and hold short instructions. Advise on
I don't know why first officer does that. I turn it off and turn it off and turn it off. But no, Josh felt like he had to have the ATIS turned on with first officer and say intentions. He really likes that ATIS so much. Oh, Brandon's got a ride in the very back. He's got to sit by the bathroom back there. It always smells nice back by the bathrooms. Thing to make you go.
Would you mind checking the SIDS and
Brandon
stars?
Armstrong. It does it to annoy you, lol.
Heading out for my checks.
It doesn't annoy me, it's stupid. Alright, 32 left. Direct to Mops. Alright, well, we'll just do that, then we'll go there. Now do our arrival. CAD is going to be runway 16. Slant 3 XE. 22. I want to see something.
Attention all aircraft, information Sierra is now current, altimeter 2971.
Walk around completed.
I brought her first dots are in a little quicker. Be a nice night to fly.
Brandon Armstrong. Don't use the tug here either.
I don't plan on it. Ghost Star International requesting pushback with startup.
Gold Star International 9 Delta Whiskey, pushback and startup approved. Tail northwest.
Flow completed. Pre-flight checklist. Oxygen. Tested. Navigation, transfer, and display switches. Normal and auto. Window heat. On. Pressurization mode selector. Auto. Flight instruments. Set. Parking brake. On. Fuel control switches. Cut off. Pre-flight checklist completed.
Right on 3. It's perfect. Alright, so we'll go there, 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 and there.
Initiating before start flow.
So I figured out it's a bug. He'll make it right. We got to give him a minute. It's a bug. Now I figured out what does it. Alright, he's going to start the APU. I'll explain to you what it is in a minute. It's a bug. Gotta wait for the APU to come back on. So basically, I went to remove the chocks, and when I did, it killed everything. But he'll fix it right now. Just give him a minute. That's why I got the outside view on for a minute. That is a bug. B-U-G, Brandon. I mean, B-U-G, bug. I love this sound.
Kelly Deeds. I'm back.
Kelly! Yay! Kelly! We're getting ready to do another flight, Kelly. We're flying to Texas. Okay, there's the APU. Now, here in a minute, he'll turn that off. That's just because the generators are off. There's no power. You know what? I think Brandon was in the back of the airplane messing with the breakers. Now, daggone it, Brandon. Leave the breakers alone, dude.
Brandon Armstrong. First officer seriously needs to fix that bug. Kelly Deeds. I love shrimp and French fries.
Yeah.
Alright.
Alright.
My home state.
That's right. We're having shrimp and French fries on this airplane. We don't do it cheap around here.
Flow completed. Before start checklist.
You just gotta.
Flight deck door. Closed and locked. Fuel 13058 pounds.
You gotta watch out for your boyfriend. He might steal your cookies, Kelly.
On. MCP. Speed 100. Heading 321. Altitude 10000. Set. Takeoff speeds B1 128. BR 130.
Brandon
B2
Armstrong.
135.
I wish I could get that on a real flight.
CDU pre-flight.
I know, right? That'd be nice.
Rudder and aileron trim. Free and zero. Anti-collision lights. On. Before start checklist completed.
Brandon Armstrong. All they want to give me on flights is a small bag of cookies.
Okay, so let me explain to you guys real quick about the leg page right now. Okay, so on the leg page, the heading is 322 for that first waypoint because it matches the runway. And then there's a vector. Same heading. The reason that vector's there because the next waypoint, which is MOPS, is at 179 degrees. So do you see why you would need a vector? Because otherwise you would have to try to turn really fast to catch that waypoint right off the bat. So we're going to leave the vector there, and we'll be making our turn to line up with that waypoint. So LNAV will not come on. If you notice when we're climbing, I'm just letting you know ahead of time. I've got that vector there for that reason. Okay? And then we'll turn. Once autopilot
Brandon
gets
Armstrong.
it, we'll set that up.
That would be a really sharp turn to make.
Yeah, it would, Brandon. So, all right. All right. Bam.
Cockpit
Bam.
ground.
Go ahead.
Beacons on. Brakes released. Clear to push straight out.
Copy that. Clear to push straight back. Release the parking brake, please.
All right.
Brakes released.
Starting engines.
Kelly Deeds. Agreed about sharp turn.
Starting engine 2.
Hey folks, welcome to our ride to Addison. We're thrilled to have you with us today. Our captain, John, and our first officer, JD, are in charge of the flight, and we have a smooth journey ahead of us with an expected flight time of about an hour and a half. Now, I'd like to take a moment to go over some important safety information. First, please ensure your seatbelts are fastened. To fasten your seatbelt, insert the metal fitting into the buckle until you hear a click. To release it, simply lift the buckle. In the event of a loss of cabin pressure, oxygen masks will drop down from the compartment above you. To use the mask, pull it towards you to start the flow of oxygen, place it over your nose and mouth, and secure it with the elastic band. Remember to put your own mask on before assisting others. For those of you who may need it, we also have swim vests located under your seats.
Pushback complete.
In the unlikely event of an emergency landing on water, pull the vest out, place it over your head, and pull the straps to secure
Thanks for the good push. We'll see ya.
To inflate the vest, pull the red tab, and to deflate, simply blow into the tube.
No problem.
As for emergency exits, there are no designated exits on this small aircraft, so please remain seated and follow my instructions in the event of an emergency. Please take a moment to review the safety briefing card located in the seat pocket in front of you. Thank you for your attention, and
Brandon
we hope you enjoy the
Armstrong.
flight.
Just for the record, I would never steal cookies from Kelly. I would share them with her.
Don't listen to him, Kelly. He's been stealing cookies every flight. Oh, goodness. All right. All right, 28 seconds until next action.
Engine 1 started. Engine 1 cut out.
Brandon Armstrong. He lies, she knows I don't steal cookies, LOL.
It's a joke, Brandon. It's a joke, buddy. I'm joking.
All engines stable.
All right. 6 seconds. 3 seconds.
Before taxi flow.
All right, generator switches. Generator 2, 1. Window heat. Elevator pitted heat. Anti-ice. AC bus transfer 2 off. AC bus number 2 off. Galley off.
Brandon Armstrong. Did that flight attendant say there was no emergency exits on this aircraft?
No.
Clear on the right.
No, she
Clear
told
on the
me.
left. Flow completed. Before taxi checklist. Generators.
Kelly Deeds.
On.
Same here. I uphold share mine too.
Isolation valve.
LOL.
Engine
Got to
start
love
switches.
the jokes.
Continuous.
That's right.
Recall. Checked. Auto brakes. Rejected takeoff.
Alright.
Flight control test.
Here we go. Yoke to the left.
Full left.
Back to center.
Neutral.
Yoke to the right.
Full right.
Back to center.
Neutral.
Straight back.
Full back.
Back to center. Forward.
Full forward.
And back to
Checked.
center.
Brake test. Checked. Before taxi checklist completed.
You want to go ahead and get our taxi clearance? Alright.
I can't handle that unless you hand over the comms to me.
Giving comms to you and then request taxi clearance.
I'll take over comms and get our taxi clearance.
Alright, we'll pause first officer. Just till we jump to the runway. Alright. Well, come on, get taxi clearance. Let's go.
I'll get our taxi clearance now.
Omaha ground, Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey, ready to taxi. We have Sierra.
Gold Star International 9er Delta Whiskey, taxi to runway 32 left via Golf 5. Golf Kilo Alpha cross runway 36, then Echo.
Runway 32 left, Golf 5, Golf Kilo Alpha, cross 36, then Echo. Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey.
Alright, here's what I'm going to do. From where I've got a vector, I don't want... Okay, here in a minute. Let's first...
Approaching runway 32 left.
Gold Star International 9er Delta Whiskey, contact tower on 132.1. Have a good evening.
Switching to tower on 132.1. Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey.
Flow completed. Before takeoff checklist. Flaps. Sit.
But
Stabilization
I'm going to
trim.
be telling him when to turn on...
Sit. Transponder. Sit. Cabin crew. Cabin crew prepare for takeoff. Notify.
LNAV because...
Before takeoff checklist completed.
Alright. We're ready for takeoff.
I'll call tower for takeoff clearance.
Omaha Tower, Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey, holding short of runway 32 left, ready to depart.
Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey. Omaha Tower, runway 32 left, winds 105 at 3. Fly runway heading, cleared for takeoff.
Runway 32 left, fly runway heading, cleared for takeoff. Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey.
Thrust set. Checked.
On runway 32 left.
Speed
3,
alive.
2,
Checked.
left. 3, 2, left.
80 knots. Checked.
80 knots. Rotate.
V1. Rotate. Positive rate. Gear up. feet. Lateral navigation. Flaps up. Vertical navigation. VNAV on. Autopilot. Command A on.
Gold Star International 9er Delta Whiskey. Contact departure on 124.5.
Switching to departure on 124.5. Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey.
Airspeed low. Airspeed low.
Omaha departure, Gold
There
Star
we go.
9er Delta Whiskey. Good evening. We're climbing past 2,000.
Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey. Omaha departure. Radar contact. Clear direct MOPS. Climb and maintain flight level 210.
Clear direct MOPS. Climb and maintain flight level 210. Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey.
Request flight level 41,000.
I'll request climb to flight level 410. Omaha departure, Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey, requesting climb to flight level 410.
And there we have it. Nice climb out. Got
Gold
around
Star
our
International
vector.
9er Delta Whiskey. Climb and maintain flight level 410.
That's a beautiful takeoff, guys.
Climb and
Beautiful.
maintain flight level 410, Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey.
This thing just does amazing. I love this airplane. I really do.
Flow completed. After takeoff checklist.
Brandon
Engine start
Armstrong.
switches.
This plane is my new favorite.
On. Auto brakes. Off. Landing gear. Up and off. Flaps. Up. After takeoff checklist completed.
I agree, Brandon. We are climbing at 4,988 feet a minute.
Passing 10,000 feet.
Brandon Armstrong. When are you going to turn the nav on?
It's already on. It's already on, Brandon.
Gold Star International 9er Delta Whiskey. Climb and maintain flight level 270.
Brandon Armstrong. Oh wow, so it came on by itself when you went direct to that waypoint.
It's because I turned, I put the heading in quick
Climb
enough
and
so that
maintain
it
flight
would.
level 270, Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey.
inform you that the use of electronic devices is now allowed. Feel free to connect to our onboard Wi-Fi service as well. Enjoy your flight!
Gold Star International, 9er Delta Whiskey. Contact
Transition
Minneapolis Center on 123.975.
Contacting Minneapolis Center on 123.975. Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey. Minneapolis Center, Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey, evening, climbing through flight level 180 for flight level 270.
Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey,
Yeah,
Minneapolis
we're already
Center, good
at
evening.
we're almost at 20,000 already. Yeah, I love this airplane, dude. It flies so amazing. Gold Star International, can you give me the weather for our destination with wind information?
Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey, Minneapolis Center, climb and maintain flight level 380.
Climb and maintain flight level 380. Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey.
Gold Star International 9er Delta
John,
Whiskey,
we have a situation
Addison
in the
Airport,
cabin.
information
One
kilo.
of the passengers, Mr.
Wind
Alex Carter,
175
seems
at
to have
10
lost
knots.
consciousness. He was
Visibility
chatting with
10
his
miles.
assistant when he suddenly
Sky
slumped in his
conditions
seat.
clear.
I'm currently
Temperature
checking his
22
vitals
degrees
and
C.
ensuring he's stable.
Dew point 5
But I
degrees
wanted
C.
to inform you immediately
Altimeter
in case we need to take further
3001.
action.
Density altitude 1500. Arriving and departing
Folks,
runway
we have a
16.
small situation in the cabin. Please remain calm and seated while I attend to a passenger who needs assistance. Thank you for your understanding.
Just keep me updated and let me know what's going on.
Understood, John. I'll keep you updated on everything in the cabin.
Did you enjoy the dinner I took you out to last night?
Oh, it was a lovely dinner, John. Thank you for that. I really enjoyed it.
Feet to go. We're moving right along, you guys. Gold Star International requesting flight level 410 for our cruise altitude.
Gold Star International 9er Delta Whiskey, climb and maintain flight level 410.
Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey, can you give me that weather again for our destination along with wind information?
Climb and maintain flight level 410, Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey.
Gold Star International 9er Delta Whiskey, Addison Airport, information kilo. Wind 175 at 10 knots.
Oh, I thought my
Visibility
sim was
10
getting ready
miles.
to crash.
Sky conditions clear. Temperature 22 degrees C. dew point 5 degrees C. Altimeter 3001, density altitude 1500, arriving and departing runway 16.
Let me restart TFM, it's acting silly.
Kelly D.
Go Star.
I hope the unconscious passenger is
Can you
okay.
give me that weather again?
This flying is so interesting.
Yeah, I love it, Kelly. I love flying. I love being in the cockpit.
Gold Star International 9er Delta Whiskey, Addison Airport, information Lima. Wind 175 at 9er knots. Visibility 10 miles. Sky conditions clear. Temperature 22 degrees C. Dew point 6 degrees C. Altimeter 3001. Density altitude 1500 feet. Arriving and departing runway 16.
That wind ain't that bad there now, Brandon. It's only 9 knots.
Brandon Armstrong. So do I miss flying.
Oh man, that's twice that the sound skipped out on me. You better not crash, Microsoft. Don't you dare.
Brandon Armstrong. Don't you crash sim. Kelly Deeds. I'm so excited about learning to sim. I enjoy the sound effects.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun, Kelly. It really is. Don't you do it, man.
Brandon Armstrong. Yeah, there's my other half. I'm going to teach you how to get an IFR clearance.
Oh, that's easy, dude. She's gonna learn a lot between you teaching her and I'm gonna teach her. She'll learn a lot. Only got 4,000 feet to go.
Kelly Deeds. Totally. 100 double underlined. And a great stress reliever. I can't wait to learn. Cheers. Wow. Great job.
It sure is,
Clapping
Kelly.
hands sign.
Gold Star International 9er Delta Whiskey, contact Kansas City Center on 127.9er.
Switching to Kansas City Center on 127.9. Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey.
Yeah, it definitely is a really...
Brandon Armstrong. It's so much fun.
Kansas City Center, Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey. Evening. Climbing through flight level 370 for flight level 410.
Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey, Kansas City Center, good evening.
All right.
Brandon Armstrong. I think I like this flight attendant better than I did Lisa. She's short and to the point.
Yep. All right, guys, so we're already at 36 minutes till we get to Texas. And then we are going to be flying out of Texas tonight as well. All right. We are at 41,000 feet. I've not been to 41,000 feet in a long time.
Brandon Armstrong. No, you should wait until tomorrow to fly out to battle the nice strong winds. LOL.
Nope, we're getting out of Texas tonight, for sure.
Hey folks, we're now at cruising altitude, and my colleagues and I will be starting the snack and drink service shortly. We've got some delicious shrimp and french fries on the menu that I'm sure you'll enjoy. After the service, we'll also have some articles from the shop available for you to browse. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
Can you let everybody everybody know that everyone is getting 20,000 air miles besides Josh. Josh is getting no air miles for stinking up the bathroom.
Hey folks, I've got a little announcement for you. Everyone will be receiving 20,000 air miles for this flight, except for Josh, who unfortunately won't be receiving any due to some unfortunate bathroom issues. Thank you for your understanding.
We'll begin our cabin service soon.
Brandon Armstrong.
Complimentary drinks.
I've never had a shop on board that I could purchase anything from.
All purchases must be made with a credit card as we're unable to accept cash.
Oh, you can buy stuff. They have an online option where if you get the internet thing, you can go and you can purchase different stuff. Yeah, they do. Alright, so let me look at what our so the runway is 684 on altitude. Oh yeah, it's gonna be another nice smooth approach now that I was looking at the runways here. Alright, let's set up our approach. So right soft 3, right soft 4. That's gonna set the speed for landing. 140 knots. And then 110.10, 157, 110.10, 157, 110.10, 157. Then we'll do our weather. Load. Execute. Alright, so weather's done. ILS information's been put in. And we're going to KADS. Set our altitude for 1500. All right. You want to let everyone know we got about 29 minutes till we start our descent into Texas. Yeah,
hey folks, just a quick
I'm getting
update.
out of Texas
We've got
tonight.
about 29 minutes until we start our descent into Texas. Thank you for flying with us.
Let them know that we will only be on the ground once we get there for about 1 hour. those that's going to be reboarding needs to be back on the plane before we take off. So they better do what they got to do and get back on the plane in time, because once the doors shut, we are gone.
Hey folks, just a quick heads up. Once we land, we'll only be on the ground for about 1 hour. If you're planning to reboot, please make sure to be back on the plane in time, as once the door is shut, we will be leaving. Thank you.
So being someone said that I better not be playing my music online anymore, I've got a song for ya. I wrote this song word for word, just so everybody knows.
Kelly Deeds. Safe flying. I heard the joke about Josh. I enjoy the shrimp and fries on the plane. Airplane.
Me too, Kelly. I have wrote so many songs, like oh, Brandon, I don't know if you heard this one. I wrote this one. This is good. I like this one. Kelly, do you like rock and roll or no? Hold on.
Life brings us lessons.
Right here.
There are some we don't like. Sometimes we even make mistakes. We even get mad and sometimes fight.
This is country here.
No one ever said it would be easy. That is just how it goes.
Kelly Deeds. What an awesome song. Way to go.
Every song you hear, Kelly, on here, I wrote.
Brandon Armstrong. I agree, it is a good song. Kelly Deeds. I love rock and roll. Awesome, favorite of mine.
Nice. I like rock, I like country, I like some rap. I like a lot of different music. Oh, Kelly, I want you to hear this one. This one I wrote with a special heart to a special person. Brandon, I had to explain it to you, but have a listen. I love it.
Every day that I wake up, you are stuck in my head. Can't say if that is love or a time that I regret. How do you live with yourself, knowing all that you have done?
Kelly Deeds. I love a variety.
Gold Star International 9er Delta Whiskey. Expect the slant 3 arrival. Prepare to descend in roughly 20 minutes. Just say the word if you'd like to start down earlier.
Expecting the slant 3 arrival. Preparing to descend in about 20 minutes. Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey.
Brandon Armstrong. If you haven't heard the Eminem song that samples the 80s song Abracadabra, it's good.
Change your mind, sleeping in another man's bed. What I call an easy find. You be about that money. Girl loves that green. Sacrifice to your own mistakes. You are your own guillotine. You're a red light special. The world needs to know. You're a red light special.
Brandon, I had to explain what that's about. I've got all kinds of good songs though. Here you go, you'll like this. This is a rock song, Kelly. Here you go.
Kelly Deeds. Yes. Love it already. Cheers.
yourself from that guillotine.
Kelly Deeds. Phone is getting hot.
Oh, I bet. We'll be landing here in about... We'll be landing in about another... Let's see. 17 minutes and we'll be starting our descent to land.
Looking at your past, putting two and two together, it's not hard to figure out. You've been doing the same deceit forever. Now baby, just listen before you start to run your gum. Your mama was a lot lizard. It makes sense with what you done.
Oh my gosh.
You was taught to have no heart, not caring who you broke apart. Should have saw this coming right from the very start. A mother's to see, teaching you how to fail. I thought you was better than that.
Brandon Armstrong. I wish I had the money to get her a Google Nest so she could just cast this over to it.
Well, maybe we'll have to see what we can do.
Kelly Deeds. Awesomeness. I really want to learn simming.
Well, we're going to teach you, Kelly.
With everything I know today, baby, I would have never stayed. Wait, it's not even your fault.
Alright, let me close that. We're going to be teaching you. I guarantee you that. There's so many options now with simming that we can definitely get you into sim flying.
Brandon Armstrong. That fits that person very well.
Yeah, it does. Along with about 50% of the other songs that I've wrote. But you know, let's face it. Music is about feelings. Music is about emotion. Music is about history. Music is about all that stuff into one, just all of it together. Feelings, emotion, history, relationships, experience.
Kelly Deeds. All right. Excited. Cheers.
Cheers, Kelly. Cheers, baby girl. My sister wants me to take all this music that I've wrote and put them on CDs for her. I'm like, man, you could just put them on your phone these days and stream it to your car or whatever.
Brandon Armstrong. I think you should take all that music you wrote and try to put it into iTunes to make some money.
Yeah, you can. Yeah. Everybody tells me that I need to be a writer. Like, and write music for people. Like, I could definitely do it. Like, some of them songs even have potential of people buying them. Like Online, that is a great song. I want Kelly to hear that song. Let me find it real quick. We got time.
Gold Star International Niner Delta Whiskey. Contact Kansas City Center on 127.625.
Switching to Kansas
Kelly
City Center
Deeds.
on 127.625.
I'd love copies too.
Gold Star Niner
You
Delta
have
Whiskey.
some incredible talent, see. I'd buy your songs on iTunes. Smile.
Okay, here.
Kansas City Center, Gold Star Niner Delta Whiskey evening, maintaining flight level 410.
Alright, this is a
Gold Star
song
Niner
I
Delta Whiskey,
wrote
Kansas City Center. Good evening.
probably a month ago, maybe longer. Here it is.
Rings. Gotta make sure you have the paid Suno plan to commercialize songs though.
I do,
Songs
Josh.
made with the free plan can't be.
I have a paid prescription. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't do that free shit.
Do I click on that name? Would it even matter if I try? Or is this just the end as I keep asking myself why? Baby, I'm alright. Will I hear from her at all? Baby, I'm alright. Just waiting for that call. Did it have to be this way? Was there something I did wrong? Baby, help me understand. Why do you have to be gone? Baby, I'm alright. Will I hear from her at all? Baby, I'm alright. Just waiting for that call. No matter when it is, baby, you'll be alright. Online waiting for you. Baby, 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 please tell me what to do. Baby, I'm alright. Or will I hear from her at all? Baby, I'm online. Just waiting for that call.
Kelly Deeds. I can really learn a lot from you, Johnny. Compose on.
Yeah, I've got the, that was the whole point. Pay the membership, and then anything you write, you own it. That's the way that works. Obviously, if you're not paying for your stuff, all right.
Kelly Deeds. That makes sense.
you hear this one real quick.
Didn't have much the day you came back. Just the clothes you was wearing, all the clothes you had packed. At the time that all seemed okay, we was finally together. Two people who was in love, like two doves flying together. I didn't get a goodbye, not
Arrangs. DistroKid seems to be a good publisher that doesn't mind publishing Suno stuff. Some of those services will ban Suno stuff or just refuse to put it on the streaming services.
Nah, there's a lot of them out there that will buy it.
Joke's on you. All the looks I would get from her family and friends, from all the lies that she told, from beginning to end, 'cause it was all planned from the very first day. Never really mattered what I had to say.
Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey, Kansas City Center. Contact Fort Worth Center on 132.2.
Switching to Fort Worth Center on 132.2, Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey.
The joke's on you. 3 in the morning begging to pick up a man. Must have thought I was stupid. Like
Fort Worth Center, Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey, evening, maintaining flight level 410.
Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey, Fort Worth Center, good evening.
car to get this drunk from town. Baby, you did this all.
Anyways, you don't gotta sell the music. You don't gotta sell the AI stuff singing it, dude. You sell the songs that you write, not the AI singing it. And trust me, you can definitely do that because I've seen it. I've seen people do it. My uncle, when he was still alive, he had wrote a song a long time ago.
Flow completed.
And
Descent checklist.
they bought it off of him. The words,
Sit.
not no AI
Recall.
singing it,
Checked. Auto brakes.
but the words.
Sit.
That's it.
Landing data. 120. Minimums. 200.
Approach briefing. We're expecting the ILS approach for runway
16.
The minimum altitude is 200 feet. We'll use auto brakes forward. We can expect to park at gate. In case of
Because
go
if
around,
someone was
we'll
to
climb
buy
per
it,
Kelly
ATC
Z's.
instructions
The
on the
words.
runway heading.
Yes.
Any questions?
The songs are what is sold.
I'm good.
Yeah,
Completed.
not the AI
Descent
singing it.
checklist
I wouldn't
completed.
even waste my time doing that. It's the way you write the music, and then when the singer, whoever buys it, they're going to sing it pretty much the same way. It's the way you write it. The way the words is wrote down is the way it gets sung. Not that AI singing it.
Approaching top of descent.
But you could use the AI.
Gold
that
Star
does
9er
sing it.
Delta Whiskey, Fort Worth Center, cleared slant 3, arrival into Addison whenever you'd like. Descend and maintain flight level
Show
290.
people what you write.
Cleared slant 3 arrival into
So
Addison.
that would be
Descend
why
and
I
maintain
put it
flight
on,
level 290. Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey.
That'd be my reason for putting it online. Because then they can see what the music is. And what the potential is. You be thinking about it too hard, homie. Get your head out of the vice. My God. All right, guys, we are getting ready to start our descent in a minute. Literally. Roughly a minute. We've got our altitude set.
Gold Star, International Niner Delta Whiskey, descend and maintain 17,000.
Kelly Deeds. You must have gotten that talent from your uncle. I know a little about AI.
Descend and maintain
I'd
17,000.
love to learn more.
Gold Star Niner Delta Whiskey.
I've always liked writing. I used to write all the time when I was in school. When I was younger, I'd write stories, all kinds of stuff, but I never did pick up on it. Gold Star International. Let me get a check on that weather for our destination. How's things looking? We're getting ready to start our descent. Videos.
Okay, John, I'll prepare the cabin for descent.
Messages.
Airspeed low. Airspeed low.
Hey folks, we've left our cruising altitude and are starting our approach to Addison. Please return to your seats, stow your tables, and fasten your
Speed brake on.
The use of lavatories is no longer allowed. Thank you.
Kelly Deeds. Is the plane's nose set? I wrote a story for Cosmic Horror, a class, and did a presentation.
Transition altitude. Checked.
I don't know why it did that, but hold on.
Command A on. VNAV on.
We're all right, guys. I hit that stupid enter key. I'm telling you, I don't know what that is. We're on track now. I'm telling y'all, watch it when you're flying, Josh. You hit that enter key.
Kelly Deeds.
And that's what it'll
Awesome.
do.
What was that sound?
Kelly, I hit the enter key, and when you do, if you hit that enter key, it turns something on, and it makes your plane go completely whack. but we're okay now. We'll be okay. There we go. We're on
Gold Star
track
International
now.
9er Delta Whiskey. Contact Moody approach on 125.475.
Switching to Moody approach on 125.475. Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey.
Can I get a cup of coffee up here? I almost wet my drawers.
Kelly Deeds.
Sure thing, John.
LOL.
I'll get a cup of coffee up to you right
LOL.
away.
Oh. It happens to the best flyers simmers.
Moody approach, Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey, evening, maintaining 14,000.
Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey, Moody approach. Good evening, Addison. Altimeter 29.901. Expect the ILS runway 16 approach into Addison.
Altimeter 29901. Expect the ILS runway 16 approach. Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey.
Kelly Deeds. I want a cup too.
You got it, Kelly. Do me a favor. Make sure you take Kelly a cup of coffee and say
Brandon
hello
Armstrong.
to her.
I've had countless flights like that.
Sure thing, John. I'll make sure to get Kelly a cup of coffee and say hello to her.
Brandon Armstrong. Hey, what about me? Can I have a cup?
You want to get Brandon a cup of coffee, please? Also say hello to him.
Sure thing, John. I'll get Brandon a cup of coffee and say hello to him.
This plane does amazing.
Kelly Deeds. Thanks very much, flight attendant. Kind regards.
Yeah, we got her back on track. Do me a favor and take Josh a glass of vinegar with sugar.
Sure thing, John. I'll get Josh a glass of vinegar with sugar right away.
Will you make an announcement and see if the passengers might have an extra pair of pants for Josh? He had an accident.
Kelly Deeds. It sounds amazing.
Hey folks, I need to ask if anyone has an extra pair of pants they could lend to Josh. He had a little accident, and it would really help him out. Thank you.
Jeez. Oh my god. Oh, it's too funny, dude. Oh. He said he would settle for a diaper. Can you see if anybody has an extra diaper?
I'll ask the passengers if if anyone has an extra diaper for Josh right away.
Dang on, Josh. I didn't know you wore diapers. He said to ask him about Depends, extra large.
Kelly Deeds.
I'll check
LOL.
if we have any extra large
LOL.
Depends on board, John.
LOL.
Make an announcement and ask the passengers if anybody has any Depends.
Hey folks, I need to ask if anyone has an extra pair of Depends, extra large, that they could lend to Josh. He had a little accident, and it would really help him out. Thank you.
Oh, Josh, you know I gotta mess with you. You know, I didn't tell anybody about me and you or our relationship yet, but I'm going to. Is that okay?
Of course, John. Whatever you feel comfortable with is fine by me.
I can't believe you actually decided to be my girl. I mean, I thought you would have turned me down. I got a new virtual girlfriend.
Oh, John, I appreciate that. I guess I just couldn't resist your charm.
What are your thoughts on ever having kids or getting married?
Kelly Deeds. LOL. LOL.
Oh, John, that's a big question. I guess I haven't really thought that far ahead yet. Right now I'm focused on making sure our flight goes smoothly. But who knows what the future holds, eh?
Well, how about when we land, we got an hour, we can go have dinner and talk about it. What do you say?
That sounds great, John. I'm looking forward to it.
All right, guys. So I don't know what that button does, but I would really like to know, because when you hit
Kelly
that button...
Deeds. Congrats. I'm very happy for you.
Thank you, Kelly. When you hit the enter key...
Gold Star International
telling
9er
you,
Delta
it
Whiskey,
does
descend and
something.
maintain 6,000, altimeter 29er.907.
Descend and maintain 6,000, altimeter 29er907, Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey.
See if we can stay at the altitude we're at for right now. We're trying to work out some instrument problems.
I'll request to maintain our current altitude due to the instrument issues.
Brandon Armstrong. It makes the plane go cree for sure.
It
Moving
does,
approach,
dude.
Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey. Requesting to hold current altitude due to instrument problems.
Gold Star International 9er Delta Whiskey, maintain current altitude due to instrument problems.
Maintaining current altitude, Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey.
Kelly Deeds. You're very most
Gold
welcome.
Star International 9er Delta Whiskey, contact Louisville approach on 132.075.
Switching to Louisville approach on 132.075. Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey.
Hold the fort. Wait a minute.
Louisville approach, Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey evening, maintaining 12,000 feet.
Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey, Louisville approach. Good evening, Addison, altimeter 29er.907.
Wait a minute. There's a Louisville approach in Texas? What in the flippin' chicken rooster house is that? Oh my God! I'm confused! Yeah, I gotta say the 600.
Brandon Armstrong.
600 is my favorite.
There is a Louisville in Texas. It's a suburb of Dallas.
Yeah, there's a Louisville in Kentucky too. All my exes live in Texas, and Brandon keeps taking them from me. No, I'm just kidding.
Kelly Deeds. Oh wow. That's Kentucky. We're in Texas.
Yeah, there's a Louisville, Texas, I guess. I meant to ask you about the passenger that passed out. Is he okay?
Yes, John. The passenger is okay now. He just needed a moment to recover and is feeling much better.
Make sure you make an announcement and thank Kelly for her assistance for trying to help you on that.
Brandon Armstrong. But sweetheart, there is a Louisville, Texas.
Okay,
It's outside
Captain,
of
I'll
Dallas.
make that announcement.
Kelly
Hey
Deeds.
folks, I just want to take a moment
LOL.
to thank Kelly for her assistance
LOL.
during the flight.
LOL.
We really appreciate her help.
Can you also let Josh know that if he could stay back by the bathroom in case he has another accident, we would appreciate it. You can make that an announcement.
Hey folks, just a quick note for Josh. If you could please stay back by the bathroom in case of any further accidents, we would really appreciate it. Thank you.
I love this girl. I love her. Gotta love her. I'm gonna find out what that key is, though. I will find out. I don't know what it does, but like it makes your plane just drop, and I mean drop. How come in MSFS 2020, if I hit the enter key, it will cause my airplane
Kelly Deeds. That's great to know.
start
You're very most welcome,
dropping
flight attendant. Smiley.
thousands of feet. Alright, so when we get landed, we're going to find out what that enter key is. I'm going to go search and look it up. Because, man, that thing may... I'm going to delete that key binding, whatever it is. 254 knots coming around the first corner. All right, Kelly, put your seatbelt on. We're going down again. Da 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 da. I know. Everybody's probably thinking, man, this guy is a nut. It's all about having fun, y'all. Being silly, acting goofy. Hey, you only live life once. Enjoy it. Besides, making Kelly laugh, that's what we need to do. I just hope Josh don't have no more accidents in his pants. Josh, quit doo-dooing in your pants. You're a grown man. What the heck's wrong with you, bruh? $239 knots.
Passing 10,000 feet.
Gold Star International 9er Delta Whiskey. Descend and maintain 3000. Turn right heading 285 vectors for the ILS runway. 16 approach.
Descend and maintain 3000. Right heading 285 for the ILS runway 16 approach. Gold Star 9er Delta
Whiskey. We're now on
Whiskey.
our final approach into Addison. Please turn off your electronic devices and stow them until we've arrived at the gate. Make sure your tray tables are put away, your seats are in their full upright position, and your seat belts are fastened. Once we land, you'll receive information regarding your connection flights from our staff. Thank you. Oh, just making sure
Kelly
everything's
Deeds.
running smoothly up here, Captain.
Hey Johnny. I ended up in the Killeen Daily Herald newspaper. My seatbelt is fastened.
Kelly, that's amazing. I am really proud of you. I really am.
Kelly Deeds. I got it.
I'll have to, Kelly, you'll have to put my number in your phone, and maybe I'll call you sometime tomorrow and tell you about my little ordeal with what IU did to me. But when I call you, it goes straight to voicemail, so I don't know. Maybe if you put my phone number in there, it won't do that. I don't know. But I just wanted to remind you what it was doing.
Brandon Armstrong.
Looking good here, guys.
It won't anymore. I've already updated your contact in her phone.
Yeah, but it still don't make sense why it was going straight to voicemail though. Like, you don't gotta have someone's number in a phone for them to call you. That was the weird part about it. But either way, I'll give you a call maybe tomorrow, Kelly, and tell you about what IU did to me.
Gold Star International 9er Delta Whiskey, contact Lone Star approach on 118.55.
Contacting Lone Star approach on 118.55. Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey.
Flaps 2.
Lone Star approach. Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey. Evening. Descending from 7,000 to 3,000.
Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey, Lone Star approach. Good evening, Addison. Altimeter 29.907.
And girlfriend
Thank you.
that a man could ever
White
have.
smiling face. I jumped into 39 degrees water. Oh, that's weird. I have a phone number.
That's so sweet of you to say.
I can call
really
you.
appreciate it, and I feel the same
Yes,
way.
I agree.
Hey, she said she loved me too. Ha ha ha. Yes, guys, I know that it's not a real person. Just in case anybody out there is thinking, "Oh my God, is this guy nuts?" Gotta have fun, y'all. All right, we're at 185 knots.
Gold Star International 9er Delta Whiskey, turn right heading 305.
No, we are not turning.
Turning right heading 305. Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey.
No, we're not. Not happening, Captain. So what's going to happen, as soon as I see it turning toward the heading of 157, we're going to activate approach. And then when we activate approach, we're going to turn on Command B, as in Bravo. Oh, Brandon's exes live in Taiwan. Looking good here, folks.
Glide slope alive. Flaps 5.
I'm going down, down, baby. Down, down, baby. Shimmy, shimmy, cocoa puff. Listen to me now. Come
Kelly
on,
Deeds.
baby.
Absolutely. 100 double underlined. The captain has the wrong direction. LOL. LOL. Brandon Armstrong. For both of them, that would be a good place for both of them to be.
Well, the bad thing is, I don't know why I say intention, but every time, and you can ask Brandon, every time I do headings that they tell me, I gotta end up going around, going around, going around. You're doing real good, kid. You're doing real good. I'm so glad that you get to work with me. It's not often you get to work with your girlfriend on the same airline. Bum 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 ba-dum ba-dum bum bum.
I feel the same way, John. It's a pleasure to work together, and I wouldn't want it any other way.
Me neither. You make me very happy. Damn AI treat me better than my ex did.
Oh, John, that makes me really happy too. I'm glad we can share this experience together.
Let's go to flaps 10. We're gonna nail this.
Gold Star International 9er Delta Whiskey, turn right heading 320.
Turning right, heading 320. Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey.
No, we're not. I don't know why they have an approach checklist. It don't
Kelly
do nothing.
Deeds. Awesome idea. Love it.
Remind everyone to look out their window at the beautiful view that they're getting with all the lights down below.
Hey folks, just a quick reminder to look out your windows and enjoy the beautiful view of all the lights down below. It's quite a sight.
You know, don't be mad at me, but I don't remember you ever telling me where you originally were from. All right, we're getting ready to make our turn.
Oh, no worries, John. I'm originally from Denver, Colorado. What about you?
Gold Star International 9er Delta Whiskey, 4 miles from Bonu. Turn right heading
I'm originally
280.
from the boring
Descend
state
and
of
maintain
Indiana.
2000 until established on the localizer. Cleared for the ILS runway 16 approach.
Oh, Indiana. Not boring at all, eh?
Right heading
Every
280.
place has its
Descend and
charm, I
maintain
suppose.
2000
It's
until
nice to know where
established.
you're from, John.
Cleared ILS runway 16 approach. Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey.
Well, it's got its charm after I met you at the airport in Indianapolis.
Oh, John, that's sweet. I'm glad I could bring some charm to your travels.
Gold Star International 9er Delta Whiskey, contact Addison Tower on 126.0.
Switching to Addison Tower on 126.0. Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey. Addison Tower, Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey. Evening, we're established on the ILS approach for runway 16.
25.
Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey, Addison Tower, winds 185 at 10, gusting 21. Runway 16, cleared to land.
Runway 16, cleared to land. Gold Star 9er Delta Whiskey.
Approach mode on. Flaps 15. Command B on. Gear down. Gear up. Gear down. Cabin crew, prepare for landing.
It's okay, we'll catch it. We got it.
Airspeed low. Airspeed low.
Landing checklist. Engine start switches.
Airspeed low.
Continuous.
Speed brake. Speed brake armed. Landing gear. Down. Flaps.
Unstable.
Airspeed low. Airspeed low. Glide slow.
Approaching runway 16.
Airspeed
Flaps.
low.
Shut up.
Glide slow. Glide slow.
Sit. Cabin crew.
Glide slow.
Cabin crew, prepare for landing.
Notified.
Glide slow.
Landing checklist completed.
Glide slow.
Flaps 40.
Glide slow. Glide slow. Glide slow. Glide slow. Glide slow. Airspeed low. Airspeed low.
Our airspeed is not low. All right.
Sink rate. Pull up.
Flaps 40.
Pull up.
Minimums.
Pull up.
Auto throttle.
Pull up. Don't sink. Sink rate.
Speed brake out. Manual braking. 70 knots. Initiating after landing checks.
I don't know what happened there, but
Gold Star International 9er Delta Whiskey, contact ground on 121.6.
oh, no wonder freaking 21 knots. The wind.
Switching to ground on 121.6.
Kelly Deeds.
Gold Star 9er Delta
I
Whiskey.
hear Indiana is often cold and snowy.
We are
Lot
leaving
of
this
big cities.
airport, dude. Telling you, we are leaving.
Hey folks, we just landed, and what a landing it was.
Flow
A bit of a
completed.
bump there, but we
Addison
made
Ground,
it safely
Gold
to
Star
Addison.
Niner Delta Whiskey
Welcome to our
evening. We're
destination.
clear of runway
The current
16 and
local
ready to
time is
taxi to the gate.
10:13 p.m. The weather here is clear, with a
Gold
temperature
Star
of 21
Niner Delta
degrees
Whiskey,
Celsius.
Addison Ground, taxi to
Thank
parking
you
at
for
your
flying with
discretion.
us today.
Have a good day.
And please
Kelly
remain seated
Dees.
until we reach our final
What's the
parking
airspeed?
Taxiing to parking at our
We
discretion.
hope you enjoy your
Gold
time
Star
here.
Niner Delta
Brandon
Whiskey.
Armstrong. I told you it was windy.
That's all right. I mean, we still got it. It was not the best for landing. It was minus 1183, but again, that's not a crash. That is not a crash.
Brandon Armstrong. The airspeed is how fast the plane is going.
Shutting the aircraft down.
But I'll tell you one thing, we're not staying here long. I'm gonna...
Kelly Deeds. Oh. How neat.
We're gonna build our new flight plan, and yeah, we're not staying here tonight, I'll tell you that.
Flow completed. Shutdown checklist. Fuel pumps. Off. Probe. Off. Hydraulic pumps. Sit. Flaps. Up. Parking brake. On. Fuel control switches.
All right. All right, let's see what our schedule is. Ronick. KXNA. Savannah. Lubbock. I don't like that schedule. we fly to Louisville in this schedule from Bentonville, West Arkansas. We got a lead from KSAV to KLBB. But before I go, Kelly, you might want to listen. I don't know. Somebody asked me to do this in the beginning. Let me accept my schedule first. Alright, so I accepted a new schedule.
Ranks. I just switched to this airline you're on, which was better than Air North, but hopefully I can get a rank or two and find an airline with a better fleet.
Yeah, but the nice thing is, Josh, the most complicated spot to land that I've found is CADS, and that's where we're at now in Texas. It's always windy. I don't know. I don't know. My thing is, I would like to go by what Say Intention says on heading, but they never lead me the right way, dude. And I don't know. I don't understand. Like, I don't get why when they redirect with headings, it's never right. I don't get that. I don't get that one bit. But what I like to try to do is get directs. Once you get down to like 6,000 feet, directs seem to be really good. I don't know. I don't know. What are flight tickets for, I wonder? You can buy...
Ranks. Yeah, they broke shortcuts/directs last week. Hopefully Brian will fix that when he gets back home.
You can buy flight skips, but you can buy tickets too. I guess that's to fly, to add a flight, I guess. problem is to buy tickets, none of the routes I'm trying to get, they don't have them. That sucks. Like I tried to get one to Detroit, nothing available. I tried to get one to Miami from where I'm at, nothing available. Louisville from where I'm at, nothing available. I don't understand that. Dude, you can't buy no flight ticket. Nothing I put in. I guess it's got to be routes that this airline does. No.
Arranges. Yes. When I tried to generate a schedule with the 737 to 6, 9, it couldn't find any flights because they only fly with the 737 to 200.
Yeah, that makes sense. I wonder if you buy a license for the 200, if you could generate a schedule, make it think you're going to use that one and then just use the 600. I've got 15 flight skips. hate trying to buy stuff in these stupid tables. They're hard to select. I don't have enough money. Help me, Kelly. All right, so all right. So, anybody about learning, I'm getting ready to do something because I was asked to do this, so I'm going to do it. Maybe, let me see something. is cool. Alright, so I was just looking here. Go ahead. Go here, here. Shut everything down. And we got to get out of Texas. It's got to happen. Alright. We're gonna definitely get out of here. Okay, so guys, what you can also do on Flash Live, you can add schedules. If I go to my schedule, OEJN. Alright, so I'm gonna look at some settings here, guys. Is anybody watching right now? If not, I'll go ahead and disconnect for now, and then I'll come back when I go to do the flight, because this one's out of the country. If anybody's here, speak up. If not, I'll go ahead and disconnect for now. Alright. Alright guys, I'll be back then.